7th. We have 2 study session items on deck for tonight. First up is Director of Finance Jackie Loh, here to discuss the June 2023 monthly financial report. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to review with you the 2023 June General Fund financials by revenues and expenditures. Okay. Through June 2023, the city's general fund revenues total $33.6 million, which is 52.3% of budgeted revenues, or $3.48 million higher than the same time last year. Here's a highlight for each revenue line item. Through June 2023, the city has received $6.2 million in property taxes. Of that total, $3.7 million. Total $6.2 million, $3.72 million went to the general fund, $465,000 went to EDDA, and the rest went to the debt service. For sales use tax line item, the total $21.1 million we received and are 49.1% of fiscal budgeted revenue. Compared to the same time last year, $1.8 million higher. Next line item, sales tax for marijuana activities. The total amounts are $732,000, which is $92,000 lower than the same time last year. Intergovernmental revenue are higher compared to the same time last year due to the state highway use tax returning to the normal. Last year was paused to charge a prior year overpayment. So you can see the difference is $221,000 higher. And charges for services are higher due to 2 components. One is admin study allocations for water sewer. $250,000 was added to June 2022, and also for there's new IT direct charges of $369,000 for software and license directly charged to the enterprise funds. The next one, I want to bring your attention to the investment earnings. Investment earnings are $548,000 higher than 2022 due to the rapid rise in interest rates. Want to report to council, the Fed increased the interest rate again in July, so the interest rate is at a range between 2.25 and 5.25% and 5.50%. So it's the current rate. The Fed increased the interest rate by 25% increase in July. And I also want to report to council about CPI. At the end of June, the CPI was the headline. Headline CPI does not include any volatile figures such as energy price and food. The CPI at the end of June this year is 3%. At the same time last year, June, the CPI, the headline CPI was 9%. So the Fed's goal is to drive down the inflationary increase from to 2%. At this juncture, inflation rate is 3%. You may think 3% to 2%, it may not be a straightforward fast track. So we do not know if the Fed is going to have another interest rate for council's consideration. Then next, we'll want to take a look at sales use tax revenue from the top 11 revenue sources by each categories. And this is not a way to review the sales use tax revenues from 2019 to 2023 by the monthly basis. And also this shows the business close and open year to date. I want to point out the state SUT system, a sales use tax system, drives a lot of activities because we sometimes receive the information from the state, the revenue. Some of the businesses become licensed with the city So we increase the new business opened. Sometimes the business are closed operation with the city. So we receive a lot of information from the state. Here's another way to show sales use tax collected by area from 2019 to 2023. Regarding expenditures, the expenditures year-to-date are $30.6 million, or 47.3% of budgeted expenditures, which is also $2 million higher than the same time last year. Expenditure highlights are below. Across all departments, part of the variances are due to a 5% salary increase for all groups, and also we had a 2% salary inflation adjustment in budget supplemental number 2 approved by council in June 2023. Another line item is debt service, because we paid down all the COP for this building last year. This is another way to review our expenditures by categories. And you can see by each category, compare same time last year, the difference for personnel and contractual services. This is showing operating surplus and deficit. Remember, we removed the one-time revenue expenditures, so we can see at the end of 2023, June, 2.9 million operating surplus compared to 1.5 million operating surplus. And for 2023, we transfer fund from public improvement fund for debt service for this building. We'll also transfer out 3.1 million for various capital projects. This is show our fund balance composition. You can see net change in fund balance, negative 40,000. That's the surplus, or operating surplus 2.9 million, minus transfer out 3.1 million. So this is net. And this number does include one-time revenue expenditures. Let's take a look at the designated fund balance. Some are restricted by funders, some are designated by council. The table, 3% of revenue is restricted by law, 2.1 million. The 95,000 is long-term assets, a reserve. It's committed by council. So council can uncommit this balance, 95,000, and it will return to the fund balance. Other to ARPA funding is restricted by purpose and timing. The ARPA funding is restricted for specific projects, and also we need to commit the funding by 2024, spend down every penny by 2026. So that particular line item is restricted by purpose and time. And 306,000 just designated, included in general fund. We have other balances in enterprise fund, water, sewer, stormwater. The next one is stadium district refund, restricted. That's a proceeds of sale of the Bronco. Total is 1.1 million. We have this restricted by funder, by purpose, but not by time. There's no time restriction. So we have decided to use 617,000 out of 1.1 million for youth activities program restricted by funded. We are funded. We're going to spend down the $670,000 by the end of 2023. The remainder still recorded in general fund, but for 2024 budgeting purpose, we may use that balance for other purposes, may transfer to a different fund. And also unrestricted reserve, 16.7% based on a reserve policy, 10.8 million. So our unassigned fund balance at the end of June is 9.6 million. And we have appendix to show sales taxes by each area. This concludes my presentation for tonight.
Thank you so much, Director Loh, for the presentation. Mayor Pro Tem, I see you have the first question.
Director Loh, you made reference to both the CPI increase and increasing interest rates. And it occurs to me that at a time when the city is doing or trying to do a lot of capital projects that involve debt, we're getting a double whammy. We're getting slammed with higher interest rates than we would normally have because we're borrowing money to accomplish these tasks. And we're getting slammed with higher construction costs than we would normally have because of the inflationary environment. How do you feel about our exposure currently to the economic environment and its effect on our ability to accomplish the things that we need to do as a city?
Two-way, in terms of city's credit rating as a organization, because the city has never been rated by any three of a major agency. We did receive a rating, the credit rating for the city as a whole last year by Moody's, and the rate is very high, I think AA. That's also included in our report to council. So in terms, city's ability in terms of credit rating, we are strong compared to other municipalities. In terms of increased capital projects, you probably are all aware we have decided not to do the GO bond for 2024. And by the time we're ready to issue the GO bond, the interest rate may decrease. That's a good news. The other thing is we do have a unassigned fund balance. We're competing with other municipalities, and we're going to review the CIP plan with council next week. And we definitely want to talk about the recurring projects. They are mostly operation and maintenance related. Council can decide, I want to fund the full amount or I want to consider a different amount. And also we need to consider the one-time capital project. We may have additional funding opportunities like infrastructure bill. We know we're going to attend a webinar sponsored by CML and CDOT. They have an off-system bridge program. So we don't want to lose the funding opportunities because infrastructure bill. And another thing is we will consider what's the consequence. If council is so concerned about the financial risks, if we don't do those projects, what's the consequence? Are we willing to live with the consequence? So I think we need to consider both sides.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, Director Loh, thank you very much for the presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Up next, we have City Attorney Tamara Niles here to discuss proposed council policies, public comment amendments. Good evening, City Attorney Niles.
Good evening. Let me get to my slides. Okay. As background, City Council knows, we have a City Council Policies Manual, and as each year goes on, it gets larger and larger as we see other issues that we could address in there to provide clarity to City Council members and to the public. The City Council requested that city staff look at various policies and determine whether revisions are appropriate. And we also independently reviewed the policies, which we try to do so once per year, to see is there something we could do better or something we could initiate for proposal. Of course, your council policies are adopted by motion of City Council. Tonight, we're just doing the study session presentation, and then we anticipate after receiving your direction, we'll bring it back for an action item at a later agenda. I've tried to highlight in this PowerPoint some of the substantive changes. I know several City Council members have discussed after this agenda item was final that we should consider possibly some additional changes. So at the end, I would invite you to bring those up if we haven't addressed them already. But, and I also attached in your agenda packet a red line of the current policies that would then implement the proposals we're providing tonight. So publication of council bills, as you know, we discussed it at City Council 6 months to a year. Time flies, we're having fun. So we discussed and received direction from council that we would no longer publish the full council bill in the newspaper any longer. We published a reference to it in the newspaper within the full text of the council bill in our city website. We also published an article about that in the Englewood magazine, and we received 0 complaints about it. It seems to be working really well. It is legally compliant, saves us money, and it's less work for staff, which means we can do more in the same amount of time. So this is clarified in your council policies to mirror the ordinance language and now the practice that we've tested out for the last 8 months, I think it's been, to remove the requirement of newspaper publication and to recognize that we can just publish it in the way that we have been. We also propose a change to addressing city council. Our current policies state that no one can speak unless recognized by the chair. This provides a little bit of clarity on that. It omits provisions that could be construed as an attempt to regulate the content. Of course, under the First Amendment, when we do open it up for people to speak at the podium, they can say what they want to city council and to staff, and we don't want to regulate their content. I do want to point out we don't have an obligation to give people the opportunity to speak during city council meetings, but that's been very important to city council to still provide this open forum to do so. So if we're going to allow it, we want people to be able to say what they want to say. So this clarifies that. We also have had some security concerns about flash drives in city computers. All you have to do is Google it, and you can come up with some recent articles about malware on flash drives and people unwittingly put them into a computer and upload a virus to a system that takes it down. So we've discussed it at city staff level, and we think that for security reasons, the safer course is to not allow people to put unsecured flash drives into our system, which we generally have done in the past during public comment. Notes that public comment presenters only have access to the city microphone, and supporting materials must be in hard copy. That they could then hand out to city council. We also in the past have had people email materials ahead of time to the city clerk, who then can then put it in this type of format that can be put up on the screen. But flash drives we can't recommend from a security standpoint any longer. It also formalizes the current process that questions raised may be addressed by the designated council person after public comment. And it formalizes the authority that those interrupting a meeting will receive a warning and then removed. We don't have, it currently states that people can't interrupt a public meeting, but there's always some question as if somebody does, then what do we do? So this provides some guidance to the chair that says, this is what we do. We will provide a warning, and then if it happens again, then they can be removed. Of course, discretion should be utilized in every circumstance, but it would provide a guide. And back to the discussion about regulating comment during public comment. We do have this same language in our code, our municipal code, and therefore if we're taking it out of our council policies, we may want to consider taking it out of our municipal code as well. Council member mailings, we do have provisions that allow council members to provide constituent mailings regarding things like current happenings in the city and maybe specific information regarding what's happening in your specific ward. But it clarifies that council members may request city staff assist in the preparation and mailing of responses to constituent communications from the city council postage and printing budget rather than from city council discretionary funds. So if there is a mailing, it makes it clear city staff can assist city council members in completing their public outreach to their constituents. And this isn't on the slide, but I would point out a Fair Campaign Practices Act does come into play during campaigns. This would not be at all any sort of campaign materials. Just like anyone running for office, current city council members can't utilize staff or any city resources in running a campaign. But you all know that, but for people watching at home, they may not. Board electronic meetings. This was a discussion we had fairly recently, and so it was very timely just to pop it into the council policy revisions. Of course, we amended council policies 2 years ago regarding electronic participation in city council meetings, but it didn't specifically apply to board meetings. We've had quite a bit of discussion and public comment on should board meetings be hybrid, should they be in person. Many people like the hybrid electronic option, but many people also like the in-person item, or in-person meetings rather. So this would apply the city council meeting policy to all city boards and commissions as well. It states that a majority must attend, and the chair must attend in person, but electronic participation is allowed, but it should be an infrequent basis. I mean, we all have conflicts come up where suddenly we have to be at home or taking care of a loved one, something like that, but you still want to follow through on your obligations and participate in these proceedings. So it would recognize that that's appropriate, just like it is for city council. Just like for city council, it still holds that citizens may continue to participate electronically. And in practice, to reduce the staff required for a hybrid meeting, this could be accomplished by starting a Zoom or Teams meeting on a laptop in a meeting room or through a city conference room. I also understand we're going to be focusing more on using the community rooms just right next door, because it is set up, or will be shortly set up, to facilitate this type of meeting. Grant applications. We don't currently have a grant applications policy or procedure. In practice, city staff uses their judgment to bring things to city council before they apply for a grant. But we don't really have anything that guide us. And so we are hoping city council will establish a policy and procedure so that we know that we're doing what you want us to do. So the policy would give us a guideline that's kind of similar to our contracting provisions. For example, grants in excess of $100,000 we bring to city council before we apply. Or if grants are likely to be controversial, that we would consider bringing those to city council before we apply. Or if we apply and then there could be some ramification if we don't accept the money to the city. So it just provides a guideline for when city council would like to look at and approve a grant application before it's just submitted. And I would like to give some recognition to city staff. They work diligently on getting free money for the city, and we've been very successful. So we're hoping that this policy will continue to facilitate that success. And then I know city council members have mentioned some potential revisions as well. And so here's your opportunity to bring those up, discuss our proposal, or ask me any questions.
Thank you so much, City Attorney Niles, for the presentation. Member Russell, get us started with the questions.
One of the questions I have is on addressing city council, and due to security concerns with computer virus risks, have there been any instances that our computers have been corrupted through the flash drives?
I'm not aware of any in the city of Englewood. However, I am aware of it happening for other government organizations.
Absolutely. And so when we started this policy, and it hasn't been that long ago, it's just been a couple of years, the policy was that the computer in here would be totally separate from all the city systems, so to protect the city from that happening. So have we changed that? Is that computer hooked to the city systems that we're using for the flash drives?
I believe it is, at least to the extent that it's up on our screens, and so it's connected in that way. But as far as what type of firewall, it was my understanding that it would be possible to get around that, to upload some sort of virus, because they are all connected. But I would be happy to look into that further.
Actually, I wish you would look into it, because once you start something and then you go to take it away from the people, they are not happy. And I would like to see if we can insulate that computer, us not changing this policy.
Anything else, Member Russell?
I do have a couple of, I have several. On the next one, we're taking out of the municipal code those First Amendment things. Those bolded things are the things that we would remove in the PowerPoint, correct?
Yes, and I will back up to that. So what I bolded is that where it suggests it would regulate what somebody says. And again, if we do allow somebody to come here and make public comment, then we can't regulate the content unless it violates the law. For example, Nobody has a First Amendment right to stand here and make physical threats against anybody else. So there are some instances that we say, no, you're breaking the law, you have to stop. But otherwise, in general, the First Amendment says we don't regulate content.
And I mean, if somebody cried fire, that would be illegal also if there was no fire.
Yes, exactly.
So, and if they were trying to create a riot, that's another thing also.
Yes,
But-
there are times when what you say can break the law, disorderly conduct, things like that. It's often a gray area, which can be difficult for attorneys to say that's protected by the First Amendment and that's not. Hindsight has very robust guidance, but it's difficult at the spur of the moment to do that. I tend to side on let's let people speak and we'll figure that out later. And if we have to put it in policy, we can. But we're very careful here at the city to recognize and honor First Amendment speech.
I appreciate that. And sometimes council members, it's not real comfortable when somebody's going after us personally, but it's their right to redress us if they have an issue. So, I appreciate that. Then, on the next one, council member mailings, I did get a call about this, and there's not an issue about the discretionary funds paying for our mailings, but there is a problem with taking it out of the city budget to pay for council member mailings. Because that's their money. And we already are given discretionary funds, so I'm not sure that it would be wise to do that. Then one other question that I have, and then I have some when we get into the policy itself, but on the grant applications, why is that really necessary for us to put a policy in here? Isn't that more a staff policy than a council? Can you just make it a little more understandable for me?
Sure.
Okay.
It's because we as staff want to make sure that we're doing what city council wants us to do. And people come to me and say, is this a grant that I have to bring to city council for approval before I apply? And our response is, I don't know, because we don't have any guidance. So really, this is providing me and other staff guidance for you as city council to say, before you apply for these grants, we want to look at them first.
Okay,
But it's completely up to you. I mean, we can continue to use my case-by-case guidance to city staff, but I prefer to know what you as city council want to see first.
okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem.
Back to public comment. The subject of a warning. I'm not sure I understand the way this is written. So it is possible that we would have a repeat offender who comes to council chambers week after week after week to receive their one verbal warning and then quiet down and follow the rules for the rest of the meeting. In a scenario like that, the rules are known. The person is purposely violating the rules, interrupting the meeting for everyone else. I don't want to have a written policy that prevents the presiding official from saying, we are tired of this conduct. This is not acceptable for the community. You can leave now. I'm not sure that the way this is written accomplishes that task. I don't anticipate that would be something that we would use frequently, but the opportunity for abuse of the process in the way the rule is written rather leniently here does exist, and I want to make sure that we have a policy where we can deal with frequent offenders as needed.
I did write it that said, any speaker interrupting a meeting may be given a verbal warning, which means it's optional. But I would be happy to clarify that. Perhaps, not required.
I think it's the if repeated language that occurs afterwards. That seems like a dependent clause where the repetition of the behavior is required before removal occurs.
Okay, so perhaps a revision, any speaker interrupting a meeting may be given a verbal warning where practicable, and may be removed from the meeting without further warning? Just remove that if repeated?
Yeah, I think that would capture what I'm looking for.
That's perfectly fine with me.
Can I make a comment on that?
Sure. Anything else to that, Mayor Pro Tem, or
Not on that
to that
particular
one specific item?
No.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
One thing that I would like to be careful of is the opportunity for us as council members to abuse our power also. I mean, I've had children, and even we adults act like children sometimes. And I cannot tell you how many times I would have to say to my child, don't do that. And it got, as they got older, they got one warning. I didn't give them 3 warnings, but they got a warning. And I think that's a polite thing to do. Because I think it's really easy for us sitting up here. You guys I've heard council members, nobody on this council, why don't you all go home? We don't need your input. I just think we need to be careful and listen to them. So that's my input on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else with comments or questions? Go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
I'm happy to just weigh in here. I appreciate the city attorney and the staff bringing these forward. I agree with the proposed changes. I don't have any changes, although if we want to tweak some of the language that the Mayor Pro Tem just mentioned, I'm open to that conversation. Although I needs to operate with a level of decorum that's necessary to safeguard the interests of the public. And the way I approach these policies and the way I approach this position and in this chamber is that this chamber belongs to the people, the city of Englewood, and we are simply stewards of it for the times that we get to be here, and I don't want us to leave it worse than when we found it. And so I think to maintain decorum in this chamber and to serve the interests of the people, having policies that serve that interest is appropriate, and so I'll be supporting these when they come forward.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I do have one more policy element that is not addressed here that I would like to discuss, and I'm not sure that this is the appropriate time to discuss it because it may be larger than just the council policy manual, but the policy in regards to reviewing our executive staff calls for 1 meeting per year. And I think that it would be in the best interest of everyone if we increase that to 2 meetings per year, so that we could have a check-in at 6 months and then the annual review at the end of the annual review cycle. I don't know how the rest of the body feels about that, or if there is a need for further discussion, but I think that would be beneficial to everyone involved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that. Anyone want to weigh in, or go ahead, Member Woodward.
I feel 1 is plenty. 1 is enough. I don't think 2 would be necessary.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I'll weigh in. I've thought of this as well. I'm kind of in favor of actually having multiple meetings per year, multiple evaluations per year. Obviously, in my full-time line of work, we do it quarterly, and it does make sense for us to evaluate, not necessarily evaluate, or at least give feedback halfway through the year to our city attorney and to our city manager on what is working, what isn't working, in order for them not to be caught off guard at the annual meeting. So I do see the need for us having a second meeting. I don't think it's necessary, but I do think it might be, moving us towards best practice in a sense. So I would be in support of that as well. Member Anderson.
I'd be supportive of that as well. I think it gives us just one more check-in point in the year and allows some course correction if necessary. And I think that would be helpful in the long run.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Woodward.
I think all of us are meeting with the city manager 24 times a year on our own. And that gives us plenty of time to give feedback and to evaluate. And I don't think 2 formal meetings of doing that in exec session or otherwise is necessary. So, and the same thing with the city attorney. We're meeting with the city attorney 12 times a year. So that's plenty, I think, one-on-one. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I guess from my perspective, the way that I see it is that we're meeting individually with our city attorney and city manager obviously at, different times over the course of the year. But as a group, we're only meeting with them once. And so I see a benefit of having a second meeting just to provide that feedback. Because how else would they know where we all stand as a body if we only meet with them once during their annual review? So I understand where you're coming from, Member Woodward, but I think as a body, I think it makes sense for us to do it twice a year. I think we have three that may be in favor of having that 2 times. I'm not sure where anyone else stands on this. Obviously, we can kind of cover, well, if we want to make it as part of the council policy, we probably need to give direction at this point. I'll go on with the rest of the items. Mayor Pro Tem, I agree with you in terms of just the subject of a warning. Once is enough, and I agree with Member Noonekamp and the reasoning behind that as well. I'm in favor of all the other changes that we're making here as well tonight. I don't want to see any changes. If City Attorney Niles, if you do come back and look into whether or not the computer is part of the city's network, it does sound like that's something that you're going to be doing here as an action item. One thing I would consider if we were to keep that, the ability to use a flash drive is allowing the proceeding officer to start the time when the presiding officer recognizes the public in it, so to start the clock at 5 minutes instead of waiting for everything to load at that point. So to just make it part of the policy as well. But I would be in favor of just not allowing it overall, just for the security reasons that were mentioned. Member Noonekamp.
I was just gonna weigh in on the annual evaluation. This is an interesting section of council policy, and there are some, requirements of the city attorney and not the city manager, and there are some unique things that previous councils have decided to do here, and I do think that this whole process could be improved, but I'm not sure if we need a policy change, but city council reserves the right to ask for an executive session with the city manager or the city attorney whenever we would like one. And so I'm comfortable with the policy as it is now, and then just asking, I'm hesitant to put it into policy than to require it. But I think if we want a mid-year check-in in a more informal way, I think it's a good practice, and I think we should ask for it on an ad hoc basis.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Anyone else? Member Russell?
Thank you. I did go through the red line version, and on page 7, where it says Rita's rule and it got changed to Russell, I wish that was attributed to me, but it was not. This has been probably in the 80s that happened. I don't know what her last name is, but it is not my rule. And there is another, on page 8, Kel's rule, that's his first name also. And that was, years ago as well. So I don't think you should make that change.
Okay, I saw Rita, it appeared to be the only first name of the council created rules, and I thought, well, that's a gender bias. We're going to do that to the last name, so I apologize. I will fix that.
Thank you.
Member Woodward?
We had a council member named Rita Hathaway back in, I believe it was this 80s, must have been the 80s. So that's what that would have been. Thank you.
Anything further from members of council? I know that we sound like we're not at a majority in terms of one of the potential changes, which I'm fine with just leaving off until it comes in front of council at a later point. But anything else that anyone wants to amend as part of this? Any other comments, questions? All right, City Attorney Niles. Actually, we got one more. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I was just thinking about the mid-year check-in, and I'm wondering I wonder what we would think of at the request of one council member. Because if you end up in a situation where one council member has potentially an issue they want to bring before the body, if there's nobody that has any issues, then I don't think we need it. But if there would be an occasion where a council member wanted to do that, I don't know if there's interest in that. Maybe leave it for as it is for now, but think on that.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anybody want to weigh in? I'm willing to think on it. I want to kind of digest this a little bit more, but I don't see any further comments on it. But yeah, I think we could definitely take this home with us and weigh in on it when it comes forward with us. So
I'm happy to give some comment on that as well.
sure.
I think both Sean and I think that would be perfectly fine with us. I don't think we have any objection at all. I can also tell you, I can't believe it's already been a year since our last review. Councilmember Nunnekamp just brought it up, and I thought there is no way it has been a year. And it's been exactly a year since our last review. I couldn't believe it. So it went by very quickly for us. We've also been very busy, but whatever you decide, it's perfectly fine with us.
There's a lot going on, City Attorney Niles. So
There it is. There is.
all right, and with that, I think there's no further questions. City Attorney Niles, thank you very much for your time. And with that, we are going to take a short recess. We'll come back at the top of the hour and start the council meeting. Thank you, everyone. All right, members of the public, I'm calling this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Member Anderson,
Present?
Member Noonenkamp,
Present.
Member Russell,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Present.
Member Woodward,
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
Let the record show 6 present.
Thank you. Moving on to consideration of minutes from the previous session. Any changes to the minutes from the regular city council meeting from July 24th? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. Let's see here. We're moving on to recognition of the city reaching SolSmart Bronze designation. I just got a few words to state. I believe Miss England's going to come up. We're taking a picture, aren't we? We are taking a picture. I was unaware that we're taking a picture, but so just recognition for the City of Englewood and the Sustainability Program and Community Development Department for achieving bronze level certification from SolSmart for encouraging the use of solar energy in the city. So today we are here to recognize the City of Englewood for achieving bronze level certification from SolSmart on July 11th. SolSmart is a national program that helps cities, towns, counties, and regional organizations become solar energy leaders through the provision of technical assistance. Approximately municipalities in 43 states are now certified through the SolSmart program. The standard criteria is organized within 5 categories: permitting and inspection, planning and zoning, government operations, community engagement, and market development. Each category includes specific actions that municipal entities can take to encourage local solar energy use. SolSmart helps to streamline processes, saving taxpayer resources, and reducing the time and cost for households and businesses to implement solar power. So our Chief Building Officer, Karen Montanez, updated the Englewood's website around information on solar, making it now more accessible and straightforward to interested parties. And this program can help Englewood speed up the local solar market growth and benefit from the increasing interest in solar installations. With this designation, Englewood now joins many of our Colorado neighbors who are also designated, such as Edgewater, Westminster, Lafayette, Lakewood, and more. And I want to thank the Community Development Department, our sustainability program, anyone involved. Congratulations on making this happen. So thank you very much. All right, Miss England, we're going to be taking a picture. I'm not sure who's going to be taking the picture. Oh, it's Tim. All right, we're now moving on to agenda item 7. This is recognition of scheduled public comment. The deadline to sign up to speak for scheduled public comment is Wednesday by 5 p.m. prior to the meeting through the city clerk's office. This is an opportunity for the public to address city council. There is an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue, and please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. Our Mayor Pro Tem is going to be giving a response to public comment tonight, and up first is Benjamin Ben David, Englewood resident, here to address council. Good evening, Mr. Ben David. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening, Benjamin Ben David, cross streets and First and Lake.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Ben David, but that microphone is not on, so we'll need to get you on the record.
What do I need to do?
There's
Just,
a button there that should turn the microphone on. If somebody can assist him, we'll get you set up.
Is that better?
There we go.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know where to begin tonight.
Actually, Mr. Ben David, you could just state your name and your address and cross streets. Let's start with,
Benjamin Ben David, Cross Street is Amherst and Lincoln Street.
Thank you, sir.
I just had a buddy of mine just moved in from Phoenix, Arizona. He's been away for about 6 years. And he loves Englewood. He thinks it's a great place to live, and it is. And he was staying in an apartment trying to find a house. And in the past 2 weeks that he's been there, his car has been broken into twice. And he's come out of his apartment and he had people asking him for money and food and things like that. So he is out of Englewood. He says, I'm not staying here. I'm not going to live in this city. So he's in the same apartment, but he's going to buy a house in another city. Then I had another buddy. He's been here for almost 30 years. And he has had he's a contractor. He's had his shop broken into, and he's had thousands of dollars worth of things stolen out of his shop. He's had his catalytic converter stolen off of his car, and he has a trailer that he transports his equipment with. He was driving through Aurora, and he saw his trailer in front of a vacant lot. So he called up Aurora police and said, this is my trailer. I have the serial number with a picture on my phone previously. Can you come out? And they said, take it away. So he stole back his trailer from this vacant lot, and they were looking at houses around the neighborhood to see if anybody could identify who dropped the trailer off there. But it was dark, and the cameras didn't have that super high definition. So that case won't be solved. Across the whole country, we're seeing people leaving cities by the hundreds of thousands. Baltimore has lost 400,000 people. People are leaving Miami now, which is hard to believe. People are leaving New York, Philadelphia, they're leaving San Francisco, and they're leaving Los Angeles. If we don't want Denver to be next, and we don't want Englewood to be next, we have to get much, much tougher on crime. And we've got to do a lot more than that. A couple of problems that we're seeing are some laws that were passed. One is a federal law that was passed that impedes police officers from doing their job. That was H.R. 577. It's Police Accountability Act of 2020, the 116th Congress of the United States. That's one law. Another law that was passed July 1st, 2023 here in Colorado is Colorado General Assembly SB 20-217. It's called the Enhanced Law Integrity Act, Enforcement Act. So essentially what these laws say is if a police officer even breathes wrong, he's going to be open for a lawsuit. He's going to be open for something to happen to him. To me, that's not integrity. Coming up next Monday on 8/14/23, Colorado Bill SB 23-169 is a law that forbids all people under 21 from purchasing a firearm. So we have crime going up. It's going up and up and up. It's not down 5%. It's going up. As I stated the last time I was here, in Englewood, we have 404 residents 1,000 residents affected by 404 units of crime as opposed to Denver, which is 303. And it's pretty obvious what's going on. People are coming in from the outside, to do their pillaging here at Englewood. They do what they do in their own neighborhoods, and then they come here. So we need to, crime is going up, and we have the ability to protect ourselves, but now that's being taken away one piece at a time. And with the police officers, that's being taken away in a major way. They're afraid to do their jobs. They're scared to do their jobs, and that has got to stop. We have to allow police officers to do their jobs, to arrest people, to put people in jail that need to be arrested, instead of being scared to death to do what they need to do. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ben David. Any questions for Mr. Ben David from council? Seeing none, Mr. Ben David, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Okay.
Up next is C.Ann Dickerson, an Englewood resident here to address council. Good evening, Ms. Dickerson. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
C.N. Dickerson, Bates, Logan. With all due respect, there is no respect due to council on these proposed policy changes. The public forum is our time to talk to you and your time to listen to us and ask questions. You owe us that respect. Public forum is not subject to parliamentary procedure. You don't get to threaten to remove us for approving of a speaker during public forum. You need to stop making threats. Regarding the Englewood Arts Ordinance, you cannot abdicate your stewardship of our property and taxes to Englewood Arts. It is at worst unconstitutional and clearly unethical to allow Englewood Arts to rent to a church or a lobbying group a portion of city property, keep the rent, and deny any responsibility for the occupation of the group. You have a responsibility, and it's constitutional, and allowing our money to go to Englewood Arts with no oversight and them rent into anybody they want unconstitutionally, you need to reject this ordinance. Regarding the amendments to Title 12, despite typos, inconsistencies, incomplete sentences, the definitions clearly claim city ownership of the service lines up to and including the curb stop. How can 1B-6, user to provide curb stop, force responsibility onto the property owner for the cost of installation, replacement, repair, and maintenance of city property? This code was adopted in 1985 and apparently never existed before that date. Therefore, not only is 12(1)B-6 contradicting the definitions, but it is not applicable to any property using water supplied to the property before 1985. We don't own the curb stop, you do. It's clearly in the definition. The worst amendment, 12(1)A-11, to allow unfettered access, is written in such a way that the property owner is subject to the whims of the utility department for immediate disconnection without warning or judicial action, even for just denying access. What possible safety hazards or violation of EMC would justify giving a utility worker more than police power to disconnect my water, violating due process? 12(1)A-22 inspection. Access to property is an absolutely unnecessary and unconstitutional violation of private property rights. You cannot give city staff this kind of power that exceeds police power without due process, and nor can you immunize city workers against any damage they cause. Reject this ordinance. However, it seems you're perfectly willing to do that, because you allow and encourage code enforcement personnel who have limited power to exceed their limitations, abuse and violate code, and harass and target citizens in a variety of ways, most especially in their current wholesale abuse of the 14-day notice of violation on weeds and grass, calling it educational or a seasonal notice, whether or not a violation actually exists. There is no provision in Title 15 for using the 14-day notice of violation as independent to the formal process as educational or seasonal notice. That and the failure of code enforcement to answer questions and provide data regarding the process and activities of the division as liaison to the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee warrants a thorough investigation of the Code Enforcement Division and disciplinary action. These three items are proof of your continued tyrannical control, seizing of unconstitutional power, and taxpayer monies. Code Next is the final, ultimate, vile proof of your concerted effort to destroy our property rights.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson, for your comments tonight. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, Ms. Dickerson, thank you for your time tonight. Up next is Pamela Beats, an Englewood resident here to address council. Good evening, Ms. Beats. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Pamela Beats, Floyd and Delaware. I'm speaking tonight on housing, and I would like to start with a quote from Dr. Phil. The best predictor of current or future behavior is past behavior. In my opinion, council has demonstrated over many years a disregard for its residents, especially residents in R2 neighborhoods. I, and those of us that have come before council to plead for protection from row house builds and gigantic houses that have negatively affected our neighborhoods, have been ignored and dismissed. Residents that have come to council over years to speak their opposition to a variety of issues, including Walmart, high-density development of Flood School, development of the Shriners property, and allowing marijuana sales were all ignored. Remember the Dr. Phil quote. Can I or other residents expect any different behavior or decisions regarding high-density development in R2 neighborhoods? No, we cannot. I believe you have decided long ago to go forward with high-density development, and it has become your personal agenda after failing at the state level. The second quote I'd like to mention, as it fits this situation, you won't protect what you don't care about. Meaning you won't protect what you, and I do mean you, your council members, don't give value or feel is important. Me, my quality of life, my single family home in an R2 neighborhood, my financial health through the investment of my home and my means to create wealth and security via my home. Me. Your agenda does not include me, a resident you swore to represent my interests, my quality of life, as well as my financial interests in the city, as well as my safety and my security. No matter what issues or consequences residents, homeowners have brought to you or the P&Z, or to P&Z's attention, they were dismissed. They have been and will be ignored. I believe nothing is more important to you than your personal agenda on high-density housing. I believe you have decided again long ago to go forward with density development. Please do not pretend otherwise and say we haven't voted yet. Voting is a legal requirement of you, but in my opinion, your minds are already made up. By your actions, you have demonstrated your intent. Your pretense is offensive to me. I have been labeled a NIMBY, a label to make someone feel ridiculous and not politically correct. Well, I can tell you, I have never been politically correct. I value my single-family home, my neighborhood, and my other neighbors' homes. The same type of living that the majority of Colorado homeowners enjoy. Thank you, I am a NIMBY. And I will say I'm a proud NIMBY. You can throw in tree hugger, environmental protector too, and I've been on the board of 2 horse protection rescue groups. Call me what you will. I want you to look at me, see me. Look me in the eye and see who you do harm with your agenda of high-density development. Take responsibility for who and what you harm. Remember, you won't protect what you don't care about. So the question is, do you care about me? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments today, Ms. Beats. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, Ms. Beats, thank you for your time. Up next is Kathleen Bailey, an Englewood resident, here to also address council. Good evening, Ms. Bailey. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening, Kathleen Bailey, Jason and Union. I'm here again. I am still concerned, as usual, with the life, health, and property safety of families living in the South Englewood Basin, both upstream and downstream. And I want to address what has and has not happened from my observation that when Sean Lewis was hired 5 years ago, Lewis's first major act after being hired in 2019 was to put a halt on the already in place $30 million bond planned for actual installation of 25-year rate event capacity main trunk line stormwater pipes throughout the upstream and downstream halves of the huge flood-prone South Englewood drainage basin from South Clarkson to South Platte. This plan was intended to actually provide 25-year, sorry, I'm getting emotional, this is really stupid. I'm old. That tends to happen a little too quickly anymore, so ignore. God, I apologize. I'm strong and I do not like crying. This plan was intended to actually provide 25-year rain event flood protection for the life, health, and property of average Englewood citizens living in that huge flood-prone drainage basin. And although Sean Lewis has continued to increase the stormwater fees, which are now approaching somewhere towards $300 a year, just what has he actually done for the South Englewood Basin in the last 5 years? As little as possible. He and his Public Works Deputy Director Tim Hoos did spend $2.5 million tweaking the upstream half by adding a few enlarged inlets and adjusting a few pipes. Jeez. I think I'm just tired today. Pipes, segments, in the age. Jeez. In the aged, deteriorating 2-year rain event capacity pipes in a very small area near parts of Broadway within the huge upstream half of the South Englewood Basin. And then Sean Lewis and Tim Hoos declared to residents that they now have protection from any 25-year rain event flash flood water entering onto their private property. And then just last year, he did spend $5 million to purchase land for an eventual detention structure in the huge downstream half of the South Englewood Basin that is currently on paper to begin construction in 2024. And what were the consequences for Englewood citizens for so little investment in the huge flood-prone South Englewood Basin over the last 5 years? On 6/22/23, the city was hit by what the Mile High Flood District identified as a 10-year rain event. And residents in the upstream half of the South Englewood Basin suffered flooding onto their property and into their basements. And in the downstream half of the South Englewood Basin, city crews are fighting, as your article says, fighting to pump out water from the massive apartment-threatening sinkhole at the corner of Oxford and Navajo, while his crew members simultaneously work to complete the 70-foot casing needed before they can replace the blown-away pipe adjacent to the apartments, while they also are waiting to remove a section of the former concrete pipe casement that sits beneath the apartment retaining wall before the new storm pipe can actually be installed. I remain deeply grateful that it was only a 10-year rain event. And I need to end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Any comments or any questions for Ms. Bailey? Seeing none, Ms. Bailey, thank you for your time. And that concludes scheduled public comment. We'll move on to unscheduled public comments. We have 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 people signed up tonight. Up first is Lisa Guthrie, here to support council and request to prioritize Code Next. Good evening, Ms. Guthrie.
Good evening, Lisa Guthrie, Delaware and Stanford. The first item that I would like to address to you all is a very heartfelt and deep thank you for your service to our community. It's a tough job. It takes a lot of time and effort. And I deeply, as a 30-year citizen, appreciate that you all do that. My second order of business is to put into record my request to have Code Next or similar future-oriented housing code and density projects considered. I personally believe that Englewood needs to grow our citizen base, to grow our businesses and our schools, and we are behind the times, and I would like to see council prioritize the consideration of multifamily development and more density projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Guthrie, for your time tonight. Any questions for Ms. Guthrie? Ms. Guthrie, we do have a question for you. Oh, sorry. Member Russell has a question. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Ms. Guthrie, thanks you for your speaking tonight. Can you tell me how much density is enough? How much should we shoot for?
I don't know the answer specifically to that question, but I do think duplex and triplex development on corner lots is absolutely something we should require. Maybe mid-lot on bigger lots, mid-block. I wholeheartedly support the apartment development at Sam's auto repair place, and also the Emerson, I believe it's called, over by Swedish and Craig Hospitals. I believe we need all sorts of housing here. We need more affordable housing, and by allowing more duplex and triplex development, we will get more housing stock and more affordability.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Is that it?
Seeing no further questions, Ms. Guthrie, thank you for your time tonight. Up next is, it's Jim Copenhaver, I believe. Here to speak to the Englewood Arts.
Jim Copenhaver, 1571 South Trenton Court. I'm just going to speak for a moment, and I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Schumacher to talk more specifically about it. Later today, you'll have an action to permit Englewood Arts to continue using additional space that we currently have under agreement with you for arts education and for the community service. As most of you know, we've provided important services to the community now for more than 20 years, and this will allow us to expand the educational opportunities that we have, and it's really important, so I urge you to vote favorably on that a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Copenhaver. Any questions for Mr. Copenhaver? Member Russell has a question for you, Mr. Copenhaver. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Copenhaver. Have you ever talked to the Englewood school system about providing services for you all too, or space?
We have talked to the school board over almost all of the years that I've been involved with it to try and find a way to do collaborative and partnership work for arts education. Unfortunately, it has not come high enough on their priority list to make that kind of activity. So the lessons we're providing for violin and for cello and for piano just is not provided now in the school system, so we're providing that services.
Well, and it seems to me that's very sad, because when I was growing up, the school system did provide those opportunities. So thank you, I appreciate that. I do think that they should look into that. Thank you.
If you could help us move that forward, we'd be very thoughtful.
Thank you, Mr. Copenhaver, for your time tonight. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just one question. Can you fill us in on what your role is with Englewood Arts?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm chair of the board.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Copenhaver, for your time tonight. Up next is Jan Weipert here. I don't believe you gave a topic given. I think this is just bleeding from the previous speakers, so. Good evening, Ms. Weipert. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Jan Weipert in Federal and Bellevue. So just some miscellaneous things, some on which were talked about earlier. Flash drives, I noticed that our attorney used one tonight. I would think if they were dangerous, she would not have done that. I I have been in places before where they vetted the flash drives before the meeting, and that certainly seems like a possibility. When we take away the citizens' rights to see what's going on, we're stopping the back and forth. When you say, I can't see what somebody's talking about, but they can hand it out up here, that's taking away the rest of the citizens to see what's going on. I would urge you to figure out a different way to go about doing that. I was curious about what interrupting a meeting means. Sometimes I know I break out in laughter. Sometimes other people do, sometimes they don't. Is that interrupting the meeting? When I approve, is that interrupting the meeting? Is it when I vocally say something, is that interrupting a meeting? It gets real hard unless you get real specific. I have one question on that. When a council member does that, is that okay? Or is it just us? Most of you are pretty good about not doing it, but we did have one council member that called us little people and talked down to us. Is that okay? So what's your policy? Is it to keep us quiet, or does it affect you guys too up there and anybody that happens to sit on council? I think, that's important. One of the policies I would like to see is perhaps you guys to look at council behavior. So this could be something that maybe needs to be looked at. What if we need to have a drug or alcohol test of a council member? Would you all submit to that? Could it be in your policies that is called for by 3 or more members? I think we've had some issues around that, and I think you need to look at some of your own behaviors. If you're going to look at ours, look at yours. I am against increased density. Our infrastructure can't hold it. And thanks for letting me speak tonight. I appreciate it. And it's good to see all of our council members here tonight. Yay! Good job.
Thank you, Ms. Wiper, for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, Ms. Wiper, thanks for your time. Up next is Danielle Carr, here to speak to Englewood Arts. Good evening, Ms. Carr. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Thank you, Danielle Carr, Galapago and Layton, where I've lived for 23 years and homeschooled my children. My kids have attended the different schools in the community, and I'm just really thankful for the opportunities. However, as Rita did ask, there just aren't as many as there should be, and as a homeschool mom, I don't really want my children going to the public school system for things, so I am thankful for things such as the Englewood Arts program that meets at a autonomous location that is, not tied to the public school system. So my husband does work for the Englewood Arts music program, which is an awesome opportunity for him. I have been a music teacher in the past at different homeschool programs, and we often have to try to find a church that will house us, and oftentimes there's not enough room. And a lot of times those are very expensive for kids to acquire, private lessons, and for families to find something like guitar that's usually not offered at a, public school music program, if there are any. My 19-year-old, which I wish she'd come because she had so many amazing things to say. She was like, make sure that they know that COVID took away a lot of opportunities for kids, and we're still feeling the ripple effect of that. And it wasn't just kids, it was musicians, it was people in the arts and in the community. So having opportunities for families where discounted music lessons are available is so valuable. And if we give them opportunities like that as children, they're usually more apt to be better in math. They excel better in left brain activities that aren't associated with music, which we don't usually think about. But it does increase their intelligence level, which helps them be more productive citizens in the neighborhood and in their community, which, we had that issue in the library with all the meth, and we couldn't even access the library for months. And so if we give them opportunities to really grow and thrive and be productive, we're gonna have less crime in this neighborhood. I did want to say we've lived in the same neighborhood for 23 years, and our infrastructure is crumbling, and we cannot handle a higher density, but we can offer more opportunities to the kids who live here. It's going to make this a more pleasing community to live in. If there's a conflict with Englewood Arts and the city because of some sort of breach of contract, I don't know what that entails, but please just be more clear on that contract and correct it moving forward. But please keep music alive in your community because it's valuable for kids to have these options. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carr, for your words tonight. Any questions for Ms. Carr? Seeing none. Ms. Carr, thank you very much for your time tonight. Up next is Brian Carr, here to also speak about Englewood Arts. Good evening, Mr. Carr. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
My name is Brian Carr. I live at 4787 South Galapagos Street. I have recently been brought on board to Englewood Arts to take over the guitar instructing position that Miguel Espinoza was doing. And I'm very honored to teach the children and pour into the children what's needed. I know that music saved my life. We can't take this away from the kids. We just can't take this away from the kids. If I hadn't had music, I probably would have committed suicide as a teenager. Music treats the soul. It brings life to a community. Any advanced society needs to pour into the music and arts. So I'm just here to testify to that. I'm very passionate about music. And I just pray that you guys don't shut this thing down. Don't take the rooms away. Let's provide these lessons affordably to the kids and allow me to help these kids, because I believe that I can be of great help to this community by pouring myself into the children of this community. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. You're not going to get any disagreement from me on the role that music plays. So thank you very much for your words tonight. Any questions from members of council for Mr. Carr? Seeing none, Mr. Carr, thank you for your time tonight and for your emotion as well. I appreciate it. Thank you. Up next is Ken Olmsted here to discuss Englewood concerns. Oh, you don't want to speak tonight? Thank you, Mr. Olmsted. Up next, Jeff, is it Shoemaker? May have gotten the last name incorrect.
It's been spelled and said a lot of ways, Mr. Mayor, so that's not something that are even
So it's not
legal.
on me?
No.
How do you pronounce the last name?
It's all good. Members of council, Mr. Mayor, members of Englewood staff, thank you for the honor of standing before you tonight. My name is Jeff Shoemaker, 13th and Williams. I'm one of the vice presidents of Englewood Arts, along with my friend Kevin Ebert, and you've heard from Jim Copenhaver, our president. I'm honored to speak in support of the measure before you, allowing Englewood Arts, in partnership with the city and Historic Englewood, to take the former MOA space and continue to put it into a lively and engaged opportunity for your city. For over 20 years, Englewood Arts has been serving the Englewood community in an ever-increasing manner. Music and dance classes in all of the Englewood elementary schools has been provided at zero cost to those children. Private group lessons, piano, violin, cello, guitar. Hundreds of young Englewood children have benefited from this. Use of the MOA space just in the last few months under the agreement that hopefully will be approved tonight. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, City. 500 music lessons have already been provided since the first of the year. And by the way, many of these students don't have their own instruments. Englewood Arts provides them violins, provides them guitars, provides them cello, provides them a piano in which they can practice. And also, Englewood Arts, at no expense to the city, has taken a conference room in the MOA space, improved it into a green room, access right into Hampton Hall. Again, we appreciate the city's support. These unparalleled education and musical opportunities are obviously highly dependent on Englewood Arts' use of Hampton Hall, and we thank all of you for the opportunity to take beneficial use. And by the way, Englewood Arts has put over $100,000 of improvements into that space, again, at no cost to the city. In addition to the annual concert series that we provide every year, hopefully that list is before you tonight. There's 4 concerts left. Come and see us. Let us know you're there. We will acknowledge you, and we will thank you in public for being there, for allowing us to use your space. Let me tell you what else is going on there. Examples of how this space is being benefited and used: health services, religious services, family gatherings, wedding receptions, critical social gatherings for the needy and the abused in Englewood, proactive and reactive health services for the citizens of Englewood. Just a few examples of how this space is used and benefited. Revenue from Hampton Hall is obviously a part of how we fund our mission at Englewood Arts. And again, that's based on the agreement that we have in place. And again, I thank you. Let me close with this. By the way, in closing are the two best words in any speech, and I've given more than one speech in my life. There is a long-standing, ever-increasing, always appreciated partnership between this city and Englewood Arts. By allowing Englewood Arts the partial usage of this vacated space by MOA, along with Historic Englewood, along with city offices, you will allow Englewood Arts to continue to serve the city of Englewood, its citizens, in an increasingly beneficial manner.
Mr. Shoemaker.
Please join us at one of the concerts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shoemaker, for your time tonight. Any questions for Mr. Shoemaker? Member Russell, go ahead.
Yes, what did you say your position
I'm
was?
Vice President of the Englewood Arts Board.
Vice President of the board.
Yes.
Are you responsible for making sure that the request came in yearly? I know that there was a request from your board in December of 2019 to renew the contract. There should have been one in December of 2020, December of 2021, December of 2022. Did you realize that those were not filled out?
Councilwoman, I will tell you this. It is my understanding, based on knowledge that I've been given about this very issue, which I understand is important to you, and I respect that these conversations are happening right now with our executive director, who will be back in town tomorrow night. And he offers, by the way, his apology, a long-scheduled family vacation across the United States. These conversations are happening right now. Mr. Bertoluzzi has provided, I believe, the city with every single concert, every single source of revenue, and we are always open to discussing how we can better transmit and provide you with how we use these spaces, what the revenue is, what the benefit is, but I think those conversations are in process right now.
I appreciate that, and I just have one more question. Do you think it's okay for one of your board members to threaten a council member?
I'm not going to weigh in on what I haven't heard, what I haven't seen, and what I haven't witnessed.
Mr. Shoemaker, I see no further questions. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, members, very much. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Up next is Kevin Wright with no topic given. Good evening, Mr. Wright. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
My name is Kevin Wright. I'm at Tufts and Julian Street. I'm here to talk about the density, but I'd like to know what's going on over on Oxford and Navajo with the sinkhole. I'm not seeing any progress over there. I've seen the pipes sitting on the side of the road for over a month now. I keep seeing welding crews over there, but nobody welds. So I'd like an update to know what's going on over there so we know whether we can go on Oxford and when we get to drive on it again. My next thing I'd like to talk to you about is your rules and this USB that you're talking about taking away from us. Now I realize when I come in here and I put things on the screen, I expose you guys. But what about Doug Cohen, who comes in here as a historian? And he puts those historian movies on that screen right there for everybody to see, to give us the history. Is Doug bringing in viruses as well? I take offense to what is going on here because I believe it's targeted towards me and two other people. So let me put this on the table. ACLU.
Thank you, Mr. Wright, for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Wright. Up next is Peter Olson, here to speak to Englewood Arts. Mr. Olson, good evening. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Peter Olson, Cook and Lakeway. Mayor Ciara and Englewood City Council. My sharing is on behalf of Eric Bertoluzzi and Englewood Arts. I believe Englewood Arts is a great benefit to the city of Englewood. Our congregation, the Englewood Lighthouse, has leased Hampton Hall 4 times, roughly 1 time each month, This summer, we looked at a number of options but settled with Eric in Hampton Hall largely because of our positive interaction with him. It's also important to note that we have also enjoyed leasing a number of different Englewood public venues from parks to schools over many, many years with good interaction with all those entities as well. Eric has treated us very fairly and has conducted his business with us with great integrity. Eric's been flexible and gracious to us on a number of occasions. He's allowed us to set up early if there was no one else using the facility, gave us a key when he was out of town on vacation, and creatively helped us to meet our needs. Using Hampton Hall has been a great benefit to us and also to a large number of other diverse organizations and individuals. I greatly appreciate having such a nice venue available to individuals and organizations in this community. In closing, I hope that you'll continue to support Englewood Arts and allow it to be such a benefit to Englewood. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Olson, for your time tonight. Member Russell has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Olson. So can you tell me how much rent you paid when you used did you say Hampton Hall?
Hampton Hall, yeah.
4 times?
4 times. I think it was the going rate that I saw, $150 an hour. That was
Okay.
what we paid.
All right. Thank you. I think that's all the questions that I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Yeah, just one question. You came to support Englewood Arts tonight because your congregation has used the facility.
Right.
How, if at all, do you think that would be different if the city was leasing the space directly as opposed to you leasing it from Englewood Arts?
If the city was leasing.
If we took control of the space and we started leasing it and left Englewood Arts out of the equation, what do you think, if anything, would change for you?
I don't know. I can't speak to that. But we have leased from parks in the city over a number of years, had a good interaction with those. We leased Bishop Elementary for a number of years even before the new building, had great interaction with them. So
Okay.
I would anticipate it would be good just based on the interaction before, but I'm just speaking to the Englewood Arts and our interaction with them too.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep.
I see no further questions. Mr. Olson, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is Robert Limbaugh, I believe, with no topic given. Did I mispronounce your last name? Linebaugh.
Thank you.
Mr. Linebaugh, if you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Robert Linebaugh. I live at 3217 South Pearl Street. Last Wednesday, I walked down to the Floyd and Broadway, take my grandson down to the post office. And just to walk from Pearl Street down to Broadway, the city's filthy, literally filthy. So we run into some homeless on our way down there. I know what's going on with St. Louis. Looked kind of empty, the one building did. They take over the other church across the street. So then we walked down to the Breakfast Queen, picked up trash on the sidewalk. Most of the trash barrels were full, haven't been empty. I know I've spoken with some of the engineers, Devin Kenner, about the alleys. I know you lack help. But the city's filthy. There's water hookups on almost every store. I've been part of the city for 50 years. I used to hook hoses onto them and spray down the sidewalks. The sidewalks have urine on them. They go over there and hang out by King Soopers. My wife doesn't even like to go over to King Soopers and shop. And like Walmart's parking lot was so filthy, they finally paved it to get rid of it. I don't know what the answer is. And I told you when you were a councilman, back before COVID, be careful with this building. Could get out of hand. It brings crime. And it's happening. I can see building on light rail. I'm pro-build. I built my whole life, 50 years of it. You're gonna let it get out of control, you're gonna have problems. And it's happening. You can't just stick stuff on a corner and have citizens that have been here their whole lives with families, 3 generations, and turn around and look and go, oh, look, a brand new slot home right on the corner. What's it do to the infrastructure? I brought all this up to you guys about bringing up water taps, sewer taps, raising the prices on it. Who spends the money better, the city or the builders?
Mr. Linebaugh, your time is up. Thank you very much for your comments tonight. Any questions for Mr. Linebaugh? I don't see any further questions. We'll be
Actually,
go ahead, Member
I have
Russell.
one. So what day of the week was it that you walked down?
It was Tuesday last week.
In the morning?
It was about 10 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Linebaugh, thank you very much for your time tonight. Up next is Kevin Ebert, here to also speak about Englewood Arts.
I won't be speaking tonight. Mr. Shoemaker and Mr. Copeland have said everything that I was going to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ebert. Thank you very much. Let me see here, and then we have one person online, but we also have Mr. Kozak here in person, correct? Yes, we do. Okay. Mr. Kozak,
Don't worry, it's not another lawsuit. You get the honors. Thank you.
good evening, Mr. Kozak. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening, City Council. Gary Kozak, District 4, Oxford and LaPan. I've been advised and through my Cora found out that your city attorney has advised you of the constitutional rights, that you cannot block us from saying things as long as we don't create a possibility of a riot or something. What you're being given, this is a report that belongs to the city of Englewood. It is like 40 or 50, 60 pages, so I only did the highlight of it for the city council members because this was a study done and CDOT endorsed it and showed that they advised not to go with high density down Santa Fe, down the corridor, because it would create a deadly situation. Okay? It's in your records, it's on your file. This is just to give you a highlight. Now, you're negligent because you never bothered to read it, even though it's been in your file. Okay? Yes, we have filed suit, and we gave them an opportunity with a follow-up. I want to speak to the one back here that talked about getting rid of all of the single family. Our school district has gone way down, way down.
Mr. Kozak, please just address members of council, please.
No, I have the rights to speak any way I want here.
Go ahead, Mr.
And if you
Kozak.
want to execute me, have me removed, then I will then file another suit. Okay? Our enrollment's going down to our school system. Okay? Now to go back to the whole on Oxford, this report that I just gave you will show that it even showed that if you have a containment of a 40-inch pipe going downhill, being streamed downhill, and then you put a 30-inch pipe down there, you create a lot of back pressure. Pipe failure happens. There's been all sorts of reports of that in there. Well, I happen to go down and I keep taking pictures of this. We have a pipe almost 2 feet around, bringing the water in. Now we're going to put a pipe 7 feet around and stick a cement pipe inside of it. But that's fine if it would have gone all the way across Santa Fe. But guess what? You're going to reduce it back down to that 2-foot pipe. That is creating what you're thinking is a holding pond, but it's going to create a massive amount of back pressure. You've already got a danger of an apartment house collapsing. What else is between that hole and where the other 3 holes were on the other side of Santa Fe Drive? There's never been a test pit drilled in any of that, let alone Sam's Automotive wall is collapsing. Now, take another look before I'm out of time on the opposite side, right across from that hole, and see the separation of the asphalt. going right over to another drain pipe. Oh my God, they didn't bother to drill any test holes to see if some of that's gone. So maybe we'll drop somebody in that, like the Sharon and Cup fell in the other one. Thank you.
Mr. Kozak, thank you for your time tonight. Any questions for Mr. Kozak? Seeing, oh, we got one. Member Woodward, go ahead.
Yeah, this report, can you tell me when this was made?
I believe it was in 17, but I did a Cora request as well as a couple other people within the city, and the Cora request came back, but it was such a massive deal, and because my filing against the city is several pages, in the hundreds, I just gave you the highlight, but it is on your record because that's where we pulled this from. I just didn't print the whole thing.
Okay.
And it goes into very detailed.
Yeah, I see one of the dates that I see on here is what appears to be 10 of 2018 and then some other dates too.
Yeah, I believe it was 2017 when it started, but it was hired by the city, an outside firm to come in and do this study, and this was just the conclusion of it. But I really do believe you should take the knowledge and take a look at it, because it will tell you some things that no matter what we say, you don't have to believe me. This is your own report.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Kozak. Anything else, Member Woodward? Seeing no further questions, thank you for your time, Mr. Kozak. And online, we have Ms. Belinda Porter.
Mayor,
she's
she's no longer
Oh, she's
online.
no longer on? Okay. So with that, I believe we have concluded scheduled or unscheduled public comment. We have no one else online. All right, well, I'll pass it over to Mayor Pro Tem for a response when he is ready.
Sorry, she's back on.
You're gonna have to hold your comments, Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Porter, can you hear us? Do we see Ms. Porter online? Are we getting her off mute? Okay. Ms. Porter, are you able to hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, perfect. Ms. Porter, I can hear you as well. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets, and then you're able to begin.
That's okay. I didn't want to speak tonight. It's okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ms. Porter. And with that, that does conclude unscheduled public comment. Are you ready, Mayor Pro Tem?
Ready as ever, be suppose. All right, so we heard a lot tonight, as we do frequently each night. I'll just go through this list as my peers have done previously, starting from the top. Mr. Ben David, thank you for acknowledging that the problem with crime in our city is global, statewide, across the Denver Front Range, and largely the result of systems that we here at the city of Englewood do not control. That being the state legislature, the operation of the various levels of courts in our city and through our state, present challenges for the frontline police officers who are on the street every day trying to maintain law and order in the city. I'm a big supporter of the police department. I visit them frequently, as often as I can. Try to go on 2 ride-alongs every year, stop by roll calls, and most recently I sat for a couple hours with dispatch just so I could get an idea of what was going on around the city. I want them to have as many tools as they possibly can in order to deal with the problems that the city's having. That said, the problem didn't form overnight, and the challenges won't end overnight either. So I appreciate you being willing to have a discussion with the police department and work with them on how we as a community can start to solve some of the seemingly inexorable problems with crime and the folks who travel through our city committing various crimes. Ms. Dickerson, I'm not sure I have a lot of substantive things to offer in response to your comments, other than to say occasionally you and I agree. I do have concerns with the provisions on the water bill. We talked a little bit about them when they were presented in study session previously, and I'm looking forward to a robust discussion on them tonight as well. I support our code enforcement team. I think they have an incredibly difficult job. Their instructions change every 2 years with each new body that's sworn in on the dais. For each person that they contact, there's another person who either thinks they did too much or didn't do enough. It's often a thankless job. So I hope that we will continue to support them as a community, and to the extent that they are out there doing things that we may or may not agree with, please feel free to share that feedback with us. You can expect their marching orders to change after the election, so I think they're ready for that as well. Ms. Beats, I don't know if you're still in the audience, but I'm going to reply anyway. My first order of business when I came onto the dais, when I was appointed as an at-large council member in 2021, was to have a Zoom meeting with Ms. Beats and talk to her about her concerns related to development and change in the city. My stance as one of the 6 members of this body, I think if you asked any of the 6 of us, we would each have a different idea about what is responsible development in the city. My stance is I support balanced development, but again, that's a subjective term. And if you live in an R2 neighborhood, the sudden change that's taken place with some of the changes to the bulk plane is certainly shocking, and I can understand how people would be disappointed or agitated or upset by that. So I think that the bulk plane is one of the things that we're looking into as part of the Code Next process, excuse me. And that is something that we may see some change on in the future. Ms. Bailey, thank you for sharing your concerns about stormwater. Let's see here. Ms. Guthrie, thanks for coming out tonight and sharing your feedback with us. I think it's important for us to review feedback from all different perspectives. Sometimes the air of the room tends to be a little hot when it comes to one side or the other. And if you're coming in to share what appears to be the minority opinion based upon the people in the room, that can be difficult. I don't envy you, and I appreciate you coming out and sharing that with us. And if you'd like to have a discussion with me about some of your ideas, I think Delaware and Stanford may very well be in District 4, and so let's have breakfast or coffee sometime. I'm going to speak to everybody who came to talk about Englewood Arts all at once. This item's on our agenda tonight. I appreciate your feedback. I think Englewood Arts is a valuable cultural asset, and I'm looking forward to the discussion that we will have later in the evening. Ms. Weipert, thanks for sharing your feedback with us. The flash drive thing is a matter that we do need to consider. I don't think that a staff-issued flash drive compares with a flash drive that's just out there in the public, in the wild. I don't know specifically what the policy is of IT regarding flash drives right now. I worked in an office as a state employee several years ago where if I plugged a flash drive into our computers, a bunch of bells started ringing and none of the data would transfer because it wasn't a recognized device. So not only did I get in trouble, but it didn't work, so I didn't get the desired outcome I wanted. As far as council behavior is concerned, I agree. One of the things that I've worked to do over the last 2 years is maintain the dignity of the body and ensure that we follow the rules and policies that we set out for ourselves and for members of the general public. And I think that's our goal as we talk about changing some of the council policies surrounding the public comment process, is just to ensure that the council chambers doesn't turn into a football stadium, but maintains a dignified air where people like you feel welcome to come give comment and people like Ms. Guthrie feel welcome to give public comment, and we're all treated equally regardless of their opinions. So that's my goal. That's why I don't like applause or shouting or comments in the back that I can hear whispered all the way up here. I just think that it robs everyone else in the room of the dignity of the process, as Member Noonan-Camp alluded to. And I really believe that we have a duty to preserve the dignity of the government process here, much like we would if we were judges sitting in a courtroom. I think, let me see here. Mr. Wright, you and I have talked a number of times. There was a social media post last week from the city regarding the status of the sinkhole It has been delayed due to supply chain issues, but it's working right now. The last update I received was that it should be finished within the next couple of weeks. So we're looking at buttoning that thing up very soon. I am hopeful, and I remain hopeful, that the improvements to the stormwater detention will prevent problems in that area in the future. That's what our engineers have indicated, the engineers that we have paid to analyze and execute projects on our stormwater system, the people who went to college, got degrees, and got professional engineering licenses, telling them how to design things like this. Those are the people that I intend to follow as we work through things. Mr. Kozak, I'm not to you yet, but I do see you back there. Well, looks like you're the last one here. Oh, no, I got Mr. Linebaugh here. I'm sympathetic. You know, that 43 or 3400 block of South Broadway is a place that I frequent as well. You know, I don't really think there's much of an excuse for full trash barrels or, you know, a place that may not smell like fresh air. We have some challenges. Part of that is working with property owners. Part of that is what I alluded to earlier, code enforcement. And part of that is people like you coming here tonight and telling us areas where we need to focus. So I hope that we can all work together to deal with those problems as they arise, even though they seem global. If there are places where we can make a more local impact to improve the way our city looks and the quality of life in the city, I'm all for it. And finally, Mr. Kozak, I see the caliber study report. The thing, I don't know if you know this or not, there was a subsequent report after the caliber report. We hired another engineering firm that came out with another report that had similar but different conclusions. And that is the engineering report that, as I understand it, we're acting on. City Manager, you may have some more information to share on that as far as the difference between what Caliber recommended and what we eventually went with, or what the next report was and which firm issued that report. If you don't at this time, perhaps we can revisit that in a council request so that we can get that information out to the public. And that is all I have as far as response to public comment is concerned.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Anderson, go ahead.
I think I could speak a little bit to the Caliber report. I'm very familiar with that report and then subsequent reports as well. The Caliber study was a very high-level study and produced some kind of a baseline to start. It covered the whole city of Englewood, all the drainage basins. The subsequent to the Caliber, one of the things that came out of the Caliber report is that in order to carry a 25-year storm down to South Platte, we would have to have 3 10-foot by 7-foot big ducts underneath Oxford going down there. Not possible to get those because of the other utilities in there. That information was presented to us in January of 2020. And so subsequent to that, we said, what can we do to actually solve this storm drainage problem along Oxford, since we can't put a pipe in that will carry a 25-year storm? So we hired, after that, HDR Consultants was the firm that did the subsequent report, which was much more detailed. And they came back and said, you need to put in a detention pond, because what a detention pond does is it fills up with water, releases it slowly so that smaller pipes can carry the same amount of water over a longer period of time. So after that, we had to acquire property. This took a very long time, but we finally did acquire property, I believe it was in 2021. And then HDR went back, we hired them again a second time to do final design based on the property that we actually have. That engineering was completed in 2022, and we've now, I believe, put it out for bid and are ready to begin on that work soon. It was a very, very long and complex process because of the size of pipe needed to get the water all the way down there, the difficulty in acquiring property. We had many meetings. We had over 30 meetings, council meetings on this over the last 4 years since I've been on city council, to try to solve this difficult engineering problem. This is one of the biggest stormwater projects Englewood has taken on probably in the last 50 or 75 years, if not since our city was built out. And it's going to be, I think, nearly a $20 million project. We're excited to finally get it started and finally solve this problem once for all. But we do currently have a problem where those pipes are not big enough to carry the water. And the only solution is to put in this detention pond to get the water carried down there. So we are moving forward with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Member Anderson, for that. I don't have anything else to add. It doesn't look like any further comments, so that concludes unscheduled public comment. Do we want to take a short break? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Let's do 5 minutes. We'll come back at 8:15. Thank you, everyone. Members of council, if you could please be seated. Members of council, if you could please be seated. Yeah. Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, thank you, everyone. We are now on to agenda item 9, consent agenda items. I didn't receive a request from members of council to pull any items. Is there any items that anybody would like to pull tonight? If not, can I get a motion to approve 9B 1, 2, 3, and 9C1?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. There's no public hearing items for tonight. Moving on to 11A1. This is CB 34 Memorandum of Understanding between City of Englewood and the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Up next is, do we have Deputy Chief Bender? Thought I saw him. Oh, he's in the back. Deputy Chief. Yes. I don't know, Carl, do you want to come up and speak to this item or no? No? Okay. All right, Deputy Chief.
Hi.
Good evening.
Hi, Council. All right, so tonight I've got 2 MOUs up for approval under for our position that we're going to send to the Raven Task Force. I can answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Any questions for our Deputy Chief? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. How does the MOU between the City of Englewood and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives benefit the City of Englewood?
In a nutshell, the task force is run by the ATF. So that's why we have to do the MOU with that task force. The task force focuses on gun violence specifically, so anything that is firearms related, we can use our investigator that we will assign to that task force and the resources of the state and the federal government to investigate that, to include crime scene laboratories where we will get a much faster turnaround on evidence on firearms-related crimes.
Will they be doing specific crimes in Englewood or just working across the state and across the nation?
Typically, it's going to be across the metro area with the participating agencies that include Denver, Aurora, Lakewood, hopefully us, State Patrol. There's several DA's offices and several sheriff's offices. But we will be able to send our investigator and the other investigators in that task force specific Englewood crimes to investigate with potentially not just state charges or local charges, but if it fits, federal charges, which many times with firearms-related crimes have much harsher penalties.
Even if we don't have one of our officers on it, can we send those requests to that task force?
No.
And, okay, that's enough for right now. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
This question is just a little wonky, Deputy Chief Fender. I remember reading in here that we're potentially deputizing whichever officer we send into the Marshal Service.
Yeah, that's the way that they do their jurisdictional deputizations, I guess. The Marshal Service has a much broader jurisdiction than, say, the state. So that way they'd be able to be deputized into federal courts, from my understanding.
Okay.
I can't.
Okay. And the
That's
ATF doesn't have deputization authority.
They do, but I believe for some reason they use the Marshal Service for that.
Okay.
That's the best
you
I can
answered
do.
the question, so thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. I mean, there was some talk about crime in Englewood tonight. So how will it inhibit us from, I mean, we don't have enough coverage right now, correct?
No. As a matter of fact, this position is an existing position. We're not adding or subtracting. This is a position that we already have in our investigations unit that we are using for that.
But they won't be here.
They're not here now. They're assigned to the Arapahoe County Special Investigations Unit.
So they'll be transferring from the Arapahoe County Special Investigations Unit to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Then who are we gonna send to the Arapahoe County Special
We're not.
Investigations?
We're not sending anybody to that task force any longer.
Are they disbanding? We're just not participating?
We're just not participating in that task force.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions from members of council? Member Woodward?
This task force is similar to ones with the FBI, except this is specific to alcohol, firearms, explosives.
It's, yes, sir, it is just like some of the task forces we participated in the past with the DEA task forces, Safe Streets, those types of task forces.
And as I recall, years back, those were pretty successful.
Yes, sir, and that's one of the reasons we want to participate with the Raven task forces. Since they've been in existence, they've got a very good track record and been very successful with their prosecutions.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a follow-up to Member Woodward's question. He cited alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives, but this task force is specifically dedicated to interdiction of illegal firearms.
Correct. It's just ran by ATF. So this task force is ran by the ATF with participation from Denver, Aurora, Lakewood, those other jurisdictions. And it is specifically for firearms-related violence.
And I know that we have had firearms-related incidents in Englewood in the past. But
Yes.
we believe that we will benefit from participation in this task force.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A1?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any further comments?
Can I just ask another question?
Sure, go ahead, Member Russell.
How long is the commitment for?
There isn't a minimum commitment. I think they want at least 3 years as a minimum commitment.
Okay,
If I think that's the number I saw in the MOU.
and we will evaluate during the course of that
Oh.
time whether, okay.
Absolutely.
And I would just like to weigh in that I have been hesitant in doing this. But if you think that it will help us with crimes that we have, I'm going to support it, but I also want to make sure that we're evaluating, is this beneficial to Englewood or not?
Yes, ma'am. As we have with our investigator at Special Investigations Unit, Arapahoe County, we feel that's not as beneficial to us as it could have been. So that's why we want to put that resource where we think it will be more beneficial for us in the city.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have the timeline?
Yeah, just to
Timeframe?
clarify earlier comments, on page 3 of the MOU, the minimum commitment is not less than 2 years.
Sorry. Thank you, sir.
All right, and with that, Member Woodward, do you have something to add?
Well, yeah, just that page 8, it's the close of business on September 30, 2027 is when it actually terminates. But I'm just thinking, I have 2 nephews that aren't anymore, but in the past were officers. And they were both, at different times, were assigned with the FBI and drug task forces. And they were really effective. I mean, so I think some of these federal programs like this are good for Englewood, good for us, and well, they're just a real benefit. So I'm glad you're looking at these. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
And with that, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Chief. Up next is Director of Utilities and South Platte Renew, Peter Van Rye, here to talk about Council Bill 37, amending Englewood Municipal Code for the city's lead reduction program. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Oh, that's not mine. Need a second here. There we go. Thank you. Tonight, I'm here to present the same presentation that we went through in study session 3 weeks ago, on our lead reduction program for the City of Englewood. So the City of Englewood Utilities Department is actively working to address lead service lines within our service area. And we have a program in place. We are executing on that program. We are ahead of what our compliance drivers put on us by the state of Colorado and the EPA. And we, one of the things that we are, this first item that we are bringing forward is some code changes so that we can get an accurate inventory of our lead service lines within our service area. And so that's what we'll be going through tonight. So this is generally the schedule of what we're planning for the next couple of years as it relates to getting this program off and running. You can see we hired a program manager, Hazen and Sawyer, in early 2023. They have started to build out the framework of this program so that we can get to the point where we can actually start replacing lead service lines and ideally put forth a program that addresses all lead service lines in the city over a 10-year period. We still have some financial aspects of that we need to work out, depending on how that schedule actually will be executed, because it does cost money, so we're working on that aspect of this. But this part we actually have funding for, which is the inventory as well as the first phase of removing lead service lines. So you can see we're in the August of 2023. These are the first step of code amendments, and then we'll have a public meeting this fall. We'll have a second round of code amendments that will be coming up later on in the year. We'll start the process of verifying our lead service lines. We need to have a minimum of 500 locations that we accurately verify the lead service line in, to be able to then project that up through the entire service area. And so that's the CDPHE's way of allowing us to not look at every single house, but be able to look at a representative sample and then use a scaling system to be able to ensure that it's accurately representing where those lead service lines are. Our intention is that by March of next year, we're starting to actually actively pull these out of the system. What we're looking for is we need to physically verify the material. So we have to go in. The CDPHE requires us to look at 3 locations. You can see the 3 locations just inside the home, and then the 2 on either side of the curb stop, which will be potholed. And potholing is essentially, if you've ever seen it before, it's like a small 4-inch hole that's used to excavate down to the point where they can get to the utility, and then they can verify the material. So we're talking about small holes on either side of the curb stop to verify those 3 points of what the material is. What we're What we're proposing with these amendments is the ability to go in and do that as the utility, since this is part of the water supply structure or infrastructure that transports the finished water to the home. And if in situations where we actually do find a lead service line during the potholing and the inventory phase of this, we will offer the ability to provide a Brita filter. Brita filters have been proven out to remove lead if it is actually in the water. I want to reiterate, we have not had any lead hits in our system to date. And so this is something we're doing as a response to the regulatory requirement on us, but it's also something that we're proactively trying to get ahead of so that we don't get into a situation where we have an issue where some property experiences a lead hit. You see there's a number of code amendments that we need to address. Those are listed in your packet. And the one thing I will add is there was a comment made during public comment tonight of a discrepancy between a definition and a section of code. And that was right. That was accurate. There's a mistake in the definition. The definition should say not including the curb stop, because we don't intend to change the code section that says the homeowner is required to provide the curb stop. That's been in place for decades. That's not our intention with this clarifying definition to change that and shift 180 degrees on that policy. It's a matter of we didn't include the word not in that definition. So we will get that addressed to make sure that it is consistent. It was a good comment. We appreciate the check on that. So really that's what we're here to do tonight, is to get these code amendments changed so that we can comply with the inventory requirements that the utilities department is required to perform on behalf of the city. I anticipate there'll probably be some questions.
Thank you, Director Van Rye. I think you're guessing correctly. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. So, do you only need to have, did you say 300 to 400 people where you can visualize that?
It's 500 at a minimum, and then if we're seeing a strong enough correlation in the data that we're getting from those 500, then that can be extrapolated to the entire service area. If we're not seeing that correlation, then we'll continue to test until we're able to draw that correlation. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to look at when a particular contractor was building a set of homes, or was in what areas were built at the same time, or the same during the same months of the year or the same year. And so we're trying to verify that information based on years of installation, some of the other data that we've been gathering, with actual field verification of, is it correlating with what we're finding based on our first level, which is understanding year of installation, things like that.
So, is it possible that you would just be able to get people to voluntarily do that?
It is possible. However, at some point we are going to so if you extrapolate this out farther, if we identify a home that has a lead service line, and the program that we are proposing removes all the lead service lines from our system to protect our customers, because it's a thing that we want out of the system. So we need access to that home at the time of removing that line in order to be able to remove the line and put a new line in up to the first appurtenance inside the house, which is usually a valve. And so if someone's not granting us that access, we do need the ability to do that to protect the customer, as well as the broader system, because what we want to ultimately do is get the lead out of the system, the infrastructure system as a whole. So yes, it is possible that we could do this with volunteers. However, if we aren't able to do that, we still have to meet these requirements in order to identify and remove the service lines. And so that's what this allows us to do.
I'm assuming if you knew that there was, so you're looking at the lead inside the house too, just inside the,
Yeah, let me go back.
are you gonna replace the
So you see where the stop and waste valve is?
yellow, well, yeah, I see that, the
Yes.
yellow circle, right?
Yep. So if we replace the line, we would replace from that stop and waste valve in the home all the way to the corp stop, which is the connection to the water main. So that is typically the lead service line. Once you get past that stop and waste valve in the house, a lot of times it switches to copper or galvanized or something like that, and that becomes the homeowner responsibility. In our instance, we are required, if we remove the line, to remove it to that point, which is inside the house.
So, but the truth is, if there were the first two checkpoints, if they're lead, chances are it is lead inside the house, correct?
I would say that it's probable.
But not necessarily.
Not necessarily guaranteed. I would say it's probable. The reason why we put these 3 points is because that's CDPHE's, that's their requirement for us to accurately verify from from one end point to the other end point that it's lead.
I'm just trying to figure out how to do this without violating people's individual property rights.
So I think to address that, and I understand that concern, in code we already have, there's 6, so we have about 11,000 service connections, so customers. And 6,000 of those, approximately, plus or minus a little bit, are already meters inside the house. And so if you look at the code as it's written already grants us access to those 6,000 homes as it's already written to address any meter related issues. So what we're left with is this other 5,000 properties, some of which are flat rate meters, some of which are outside meter sets, things like that, to be able to verify for this federal and state requirement that we as a utility are required to comply with. And so what it does is it just adds that verification of material so that we can verify material for all homes. But bear in mind that those other 6,000 homes, as code is already written, already grant this kind of access to the city to go in and make whatever changes or modifications or switch out a meter or change out an ERT. That's already in code. And so 6,000, 60% or more of the properties already fall into a situation where the utility can go in and do this.
So those 6,000 homes, have they all been changed, or is it still lead inside?
We don't know. That's what we have to verify. Those
Well,
6,000.
You would get your 500 if you go to those 6,000 homes.
Right, but we have to protect everybody equally. And so we're trying to protect the entire 11,000 customers. And we need to be able to verify that across the entire city. And this code change, this code language adds to the section at the inspection section that it just adds the verification of material on top of what's already been in code for years, because the city has so many inside meter sets. So there's either an inside meter set, which is what's shown in the picture, or there's an outside meter set, which is in a meter pit. So here's something that will come as a result of us removing a lead service line. So if we identify a lead service line with an inside meter set, what we will do is we will pull that inside meter set, we will replace the line all the way out to the curb stop, and we will put an outside meter set, thereby reducing any need to go into that home in the future, because at that point in time we'll have the meter set outside.
So if you already have the meter set outside, you're not gonna go any farther than that anyway, right, with the lead service lines?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand.
I think we have a meter pit that's out near the street.
Right.
So,
So
So-
there, it is possible that a meter pit on either side of, you see where the curb stop is? It's possible that either side of that meter pit still contains a lead service line. And so what we would be looking to do is verify on either side of that curb stop and then verify on the inside of the house to ensure whether there's a meter pit outside or there's an inside meter set, that line is not lead, is lead or is not lead.
okay, I appreciate that. I don't know if you've changed my mind, but you've answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Was Jim first or were you first, Mayor Pro Tem? We'll go to Member Woodward. Go ahead, Member Woodward.
Okay, first question is, when did they stop using lead?
So I'll have to, it's a good there's not like an exact date. I think what was it? So 1986 was a regulatory date, that you could no longer use lead. So prior to 1986, it was something that could be used and installed. And most of the city was built in the 40s, 50s, and 60s.
Yeah. Okay. And so when we're doing this, are you going to give or hand out notifications first to these homes?
Absolutely. There's a notification process. We want to make sure that the homeowner is comfortable with us coming in and has enough advance notice so that when we come in and we verify that material coming into their home, whether it's lead or not lead. So it's not that we're just going to show up and walk in and say, we demand your access. That's not how we operate even with meters. We talk to the customer, we try to get their agreement with our coming in, but sometimes they don't. And the reason for this is those instances where they don't. And so if we don't have that ability to do that, we are out of compliance with what the state is requiring us to do and what the EPA is requiring us to do on an issue that is widely seen across the country as one of the priority issues for water systems across the US, which is removal of lead service lines. So if we don't have that ability when people refuse it to verify that material, we are out of compliance with what we're required to do from the state and the EPA's perspective. We're not looking for this because we're looking to just go in and out of people's homes. We are there for a purpose, to protect public health and the environment as it relates to the water system.
Sure. Okay, with that, so most people probably here are working people, Monday through Friday, something like that. Are we going to be doing this also on Saturdays or weekends, or can we provide other hours than typically 8 to 5?
We can actually structure this however we want. We want to minimize the disruption to the customer. So if we're seeing that is something that people are looking for, we can change this to be as least disruptive to a customer as possible.
Great. Very good. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
There are some things here that I have to admit I'm having some difficulty swallowing. We're sampling 400 to 500 homes out of you said 11,000 or so that we have in the system. And yet somehow we need to make this mandatory as opposed to voluntary. Can you explain why this can't be constructed as a voluntary program where we encounter a homeowner who says, no, absolutely not. I don't want the G-Man inside my house, period, end of discussion, go away, and we do?
So I'll go back to, so there's no guarantee that we're going to get 500 volunteers. So first off, in order to remain compliant with the state and federal requirements on this water system as it relates to this inventory, we need to be able to verify in these 3 spots. And so if we run into a circumstance where we don't have enough volunteers and we're not able to make those verifications, we're out of compliance with the federal and state regulations as a water utility. And so this stays in line with what's already in code and has been in code for years as it relates to meters, that inside set meters, which is frankly a very common practice in the water industry, that an inside set meter, that a utility will come in if they have to change out the sender or the meter itself. This is not an uncommon practice across the utilities across the nation, much like Colorado as well. What this does is this allows us to verify material on the service line relative to a program that is a significant exposure to utilities that aren't addressing them. And so our goal is to address the lead service lines and get them out of our system. We think that that is a prudent approach to addressing lead in this system. In order to do that, we need to do that in compliance with the state and federal regs on how to do that. Those regs require those 3 points for inventory. And then once we have the inventory, if we identify a home with a lead service line, we need to build the ability to go in and remove that lead service line to protect the customer in that situation. So I understand that there's a question of, people don't want the government to come in, but 60% of the customers in this utility right now already by code have to allow this to occur. What we're asking with this change is that those other 40% that don't have an inside meter set allow us to come in and verify the material to protect public health related to lead. That's what we're asking for here.
Yeah, I got that. When you previously mentioned it, what I'm not getting is why this can't be voluntary. Why, when we're doing 400 to 500 homes and we have, you said 4,000 or 6,000 that are already covered by this code that makes it compulsory, why do we need to blanket the city with a regulation that basically says we can enter your home at will? I don't understand why this can't be completely voluntary. That's a real sticking point for me, because this is a huge deal. I feel like I shouldn't be forced to open my door to anyone who I don't want inside across the threshold of my home.
So to be clear, the regulation already exists in the city. And 60% of the customers in this city are already subject to that request. What we're asking for is, because we need to comply with the lead service line requirements as it relates to inventory, we are asking to just make this something that that a homeowner must grant us access, since it is part of the delivery system of water to their house. And so the language is already on the books and is already covering 60% of so we can do this with 60% of the rest of the service area right now. We could do that right now. So if we don't get 500, but then you have this other 40% that aren't covered by this, that our job is to protect their public health from the water that we're delivering to their house. And the state has determined, and the EPA has determined, that protection includes verification of the material as it enters the home. That's what we're doing here, is we're adding a piece of language to what's already on the books, granting access, to cover those other 40% of customers who don't have an inside meter set. That's what we're doing. It's already on the books.
You've answered my question. Thank you.
Member Anderson.
Do the amendments to the code here also cover access for replacing the lead service line when it comes to that time, or would there be another set of amendments necessary?
I'm sorry, say that again. It's designed to cover that as well.
Okay.
Is that explicitly called out?
It just says inspection. I mean, It's under the inspection sections that it looks like the code changes are, I would think if we wanted access in order to.
Yep.
What, can you point me to the, section, paragraph number? So that.
Yeah, the inspection is 12-1A-11.
The inspection, but the inspection doesn't read to me as though it gives permission to go in for a construction project.
Sure.
It sounds like you have permission to go in for inspection purposes.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good point, because eventually we're gonna need that access if we need to replace. So, I mean, are we looking to do that? I'm sorry, I'm conferring with my team here. We'll have a second set. So we'll have a second set of codes that talks about the actual replacement piece that will again be very similar as it relates to addressing the actual replacement when we have to do a replacement.
So it'll be a second set of amendments that'll grant this similar access, but for
replacement.
For replacement.
Yes.
And I mean, eventually, I think if you would need, like, if even for inspection, once you've done enough to identify which homes, there may be some homes which need that probably have a lead service line, but then would need inspection before you actually do the replacement.
Yeah, so we'll do a verification before we go and rip up someo's,
Right.
Well, I mean, actually, we don't necessarily. The way they do this is they actually, it's a small cut in the street, and then it's entry into the home, and then what they try to do is they try to pull it through. So that you're not ripping up everybody's yard. It's actually more cost effective, and it minimizes damage. So at the time that we suspect based on this scaling approach, when we actually go to do the actual lead service line replacement, we'll do an on the ground to make sure that it's not some error in the model estimating it.
Or it turned out that that particular home had its line replaced at some point or something like that. To me, that's a compelling argument that you're going to need access to every home for inspection, because there's going to come a day, right, when you're going to say, okay, we inspected 500. We interpret from that data that there are 1,800 or 2,700 lead service lines. You need to inspect every one of those 2,700, and this code would allow you to do that as well.
That's right. It would allow us to make that last verification.
And then we would need another set of codes for the actual allowing to access for construction.
For the removal, yeah.
Removal.
And our intention was to bring these codes all at once, but because of the timeline of trying to execute this program, we have some other questions that we need to discuss with the council as it relates to policy in terms of funding, who pays for what, how we pay for this, because right now our financial models account for some of this problem. So if we find out from this inventory that we have a low number of lead service lines, we might be in good shape. But our estimate was that we have somewhere between, on the low side, 4,000, on the high side, 8,000.
Okay.
And that's based on a cursory level, year of installation, year lead service lines were used, year the city was built. And so that's why, when I've talked about when we're looking at SRF funding for $70 million, it's to be able to help fund this over a 10-year program.
Right.
But there are some policy questions for council that we needed to get going on this inventory, but we want to discuss with you our options as it relates to who's responsible for what as it relates to funding this. And so that's why we split this in two. So it's a little bit awkward in the sense that you're right, the replacement, ideally would have been part of this, but that's coming with that second set of code updates.
Thank you. Member Nunekamp?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, both tonight and in the study session for this. You mentioned, I think you said 60% of Englewood homes have their meter inside the home where we already have on the books access
Yeah, it's plus or minus.
Correct.
It's somewhere in there.
Have you ever had issues, or do you experience regular issues with residents not wanting utilities staff to be able to come in and check the meter, and how do you handle that? Because I'm guessing that you would use a similar process for handling folks who have concerns about this.
So it's rare. In the time that I've been here, we've only run across 1 or 2 times that someone is refusing us access. I'd have to go back and talk to staff to maybe get a better answer for that. So we can definitely, between now and the next reading, we can get you a better answer on that, how often this happens. But I think it's generally pretty rare. I think people recognize that, you know, a water system has to have pieces that could extend into their home. And if you're from other jurisdictions, there's inside meter sets are all over the Front Range. You know, most utilities on the Front Range and in Colorado are a hodgepodge of inside meter sets and outside meter sets. And so it's not an uncommon thing for people to react to, I think, or to experience.
No, I agree. And as someone who doesn't have an inside meter, I think obviously the education and the communication with residents and the customer service that we want to bring to a project like this would be paramount to its success and engendering trust with our residents as we're asking for access. And so my ask, if this passes, is that we would use that as a guiding principle for how we execute this program with a high level of customer service and trust and respect, which I am no doubt that the team will do.
Yeah, I think it's a really great point that I probably didn't focus as much on, is that our plan is not to go in and pound on doors and be like, we're coming in and you gotta. It's to work with the homeowners, and frankly, we've had a couple homeowners come up to us and say, can I be on the list? Because it's actually by having the inspection done, you know one way or another whether you have a lead service line or not. And I think that's a question that people in the community have because of the age of this community. But I think as we execute on this inspection, absolutely, like we do with all of our meter interactions, we work with the customer to try to minimize the disruption as much as possible. And so we'll make sure to make that a hallmark and really a guiding principle of this whole approach.
Member Russell.
Thank you. Actually, I would maybe like to go back to the worst case scenario.
Okay.
A house that was built in the 40s probably does have lead service lines, may have galvanized pipes. You get in the house and you see that they have galvanized pipes, the system is maybe borderline, and I mean, what are the chances that you have the authority to condemn the house because we don't think it's safe for them to live that way? And I mean, maybe some of those houses that were built back in the 40s, somebody lives in there who's 80 or 90 years old and cannot afford to do anything to it. Are we creating problems? And maybe there's reasons that people don't want to let us in. What happens, so I know that's one question. My other question is, what happens if we're not in compliance, if we get all the volunteer people that we need? What happens if we're not in compliance? Because I'm going to tell you, I don't always trust the government to control my health. And so giving them access to my home is a little bit problematic. I don't think I'm going to have a problem, but there are people that could have problems in their home, and I want to protect those people.
Yeah, so so there's a couple. Let me see if I can answer. So the galvanized pipe issue. So yes, galvanized is something that has been used in communities during this period of time. So what in our program, our intention is to replace the service line, whether it's lead or galvanized, because we want the customer at the point that we deliver water into the home, which is that point just inside the wall there to that first appurtenance, whether it's a valve or what, that we are sure that we are getting it to the homeowner in a safe manner in the home. And then what the homeowner does within their home is the homeowner's prerogative. So if the galvanized pipe has continued to work for 60 or 70 years and they want to keep galvanized pipe, that's up to the homeowner. I don't think that our intention is not to go in and look at the piping beyond that point that we connect to as part of this program, because that's outside of the scope of what we're trying to do here. I think I forgot your second question. What was it? Could you remind me again your second question?
I'm not sure I can remember it. Let's see, what if we don't, what if we're not in compliance?
Oh, what if we're, so I think, actually, so yes, we're a governmental entity in the sense that we're part of the city of Englewood government. But I think the water service can be thought of a little bit differently in the sense that we make a product that we deliver to the home and we deliver into the home. And so as the entity that is ensuring that the water that gets into the home is the highest quality, best water possible, as a utility, we want to verify that all the way to that point just inside the home, we are sure that product that we are making and selling is getting to the homeowner in the way that we would expect it to get to them. And so it's more about us verifying that the service and the product that we sell is getting the customer in a way that we are sure that everything that goes from the Allen plant to just inside the home, we are sure is a system that meets state, federal regulations, and specifically around lead service lines. Because I think everybody knows, ever since Flint, lead service lines is a huge issue across the U.S. And so utilities across the U.S. are faced with this issue, and instead of not addressing it, we have to address it as a producer of a product that we sell, a high quality product that we sell to our customers. That's what our goal is, to ensure that happens. So I hope that helps with the what if we're not in compliance, it's hard for us to then verify that from the Allen plant to just inside the home, we're sure that the system is of the most current, up-to-date standard that we would expect. Does that help?
Yes, but if we get compliance through volunteer, then we're compliant.
Well, I think Councilmember Anderson brought up a good point, which is at the time that we then use that 500 to then extrapolate up to the 11,000 to figure out what is our number. And if our number is 6,000, then we need all 6,000 of those. We need to be the ability in all 6,000 of those to inspect, to verify lead or not. And so, yes, this first phase of the 500, we might be able to get volunteers for, we might be able to cover with volunteers or, existing code as it is. But if we extrapolate up into addressing it for the entire system, which is what we're intending to do, then we're going to need that ability to, if someone refuses access and we have shown that we highly suspect that it's a lead service line and we would like to replace it, we are going to need access as the water service provider to that home, because that's the system that delivers the product to that home.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think you just generally touched on the issue I was going to ask. I kind of understand how, if I have a lead service line in my house, it can affect the rest of the system. At least I think I do, right? The lead from my service line can somehow seep into the rest of the system? Is that one of the things that we're concerned about?
That's the concern as it relates to, so if you look at the area from the curb stop to the water main is connected to the rest of the system. And so that means there's a piece of lead pipe that's connected to the rest of the system, which means the lead infrastructure is not completely out of the system. So if something happens where that scale that's on the inside of the pipe is what protects. The reason why we don't have lead hits now is because there's a scale that forms on the inside of lead pipes, and that's what protects that's what prevents any lead from getting into the water. If something disrupts that scale and it's in that section of pipe connected to the distribution system, that could create a localized issue if there's a leaching of lead into the system that could extend beyond because it's connected to the rest of the system. What we can't do is we can't just replace that piece of the pipe. If we're replacing the lead service line, we have to replace the lead service line from the main to the home. You can't take part of it out, because when you take part of it out, you disrupt that scale, and then you expose the homeowner to some form of a potential lead issue. So we can't partially take it out. If we identify a lead service line, we have to take it from that fixture inside all the way to the main.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I see no further questions, so with that, can I get a motion to approve 11A2?
I move to approve 11A2.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any further comments? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to open my comments by saying that I have great faith in you and your employees. And the work that your staff does for this city is, in my opinion, remarkable. There is a larger principle at work here, for me personally. And I've not heard any information that would compel me to believe that this is the consequence of a no vote on this particular item tonight relative to the involuntary compliance aspect would cause danger to the system globally. In fact, from what I hear of you, there is some very small infinitesimal risk, but the likelihood is very low. However, the disruption to a person who does not want government in their home involuntarily, I think, is significant. I would argue that most reasonable people in our city would welcome the opportunity to have their lead service line replaced at city expense. There will be outliers, and for those outliers, similar to my perspective, it will be very important for them not to be forced to allow government people into their home, or anyone into their home that they don't want in their home, for whatever reason. I don't need to know their reason. The home is their castle. So for that reason, I just can't lend my consent to involuntary entry of a person's home. I regardless of what the current city code says or what councils in past have done, I don't see this as something that I am comfortable doing tonight. If we could find any way possible of modifying this to secure voluntary cooperation, perhaps some sort of incentive, let us into your home and your next month water bill is free, something like that, I'd be willing to further engage in the discussion. But for tonight, I can't do it. It's not for me tonight.
Member Woodward.
I will be supporting this. I believe that the vast majority of citizens in Englewood are going to say, hey, no problem, come on in, or set up a time with you to come in. I think there's going to be a very small minority that's going to feel like this is a large government intrusion. I think they're going to see it as a benefit. So I will be in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Anderson?
I'm sensitive to Mayor Pro Tem's concerns about property, the property freedoms, and that's very high priority for me as well. There's one exception to that I think is life safety, and this does seem to me to be a concern that raises to that level. The city provides water service all the way into a customer's home, and I do think we have a responsibility to make sure that that is provided in a way that is safe to the customers over the long run. I'm compelled by the idea that we will ultimately need to inspect all of the ones that we suspect are lead service lines after the initial 500. I believe that that's justification that this is not just going to be trying to get our 500. This is going to ultimately be the 5 or 6,000 or however many. That's more than I was expecting, but that's a big number. But we're gonna have to inspect those before we do the replacement. We're gonna need access to those homes in order to replace these lead service lines. I think this is a good time, a good schedule to get all of this done. This is wise to do because we don't want to put our city in a situation where there's potential contamination from these lead service lines. If something changed in the water supply that could damage that scale protection, and ultimately I think the city is going to need access in order to deal with that overlap where the city's service extends inside people's homes. So I'm supportive of this tonight.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Director Van Ryn, I will be in support of this as well. I think communication is going to be very key here because I can understand the concern that whether it's a contractor or somebody knocks on your door and you're not aware that they're there for a specific reason, I can understand the hesitancy of allowing someone into your home that you don't expect to be there. Saying that, or to that piece, we're already allowing this for 60% of the homes to allow this type of function. And for us to potentially vote no on this, and, I agree with Member Woodward. I believe there's going to be a small minority that won't want us in their homes. But we're saying for the other 40% within that block that we won't inspect your home when they may have concerns about lead lines being part of their infrastructure. I just can't see me voting no on this to just satisfy a select few. So for me, I will be a yes vote on this. I completely understand the concerns, but for something of this magnitude, I definitely believe that this is something that we need to move forward with. So, Member Russell.
Thank you. I think that the Mayor Pro Tem put it very eloquently. I think that you and your team have done an amazing job, and I do appreciate that. My biggest concern is this is the camel's nose under the tent. And with that said, I do not want to give permission for the government to go in. Now, with that said, if what the mayor and council member Woodward shared, and I do agree that most people there won't be a problem. You're going to get voluntary compliance perhaps with all but a few people. And once we open this door, some of the people in this city have already opened the door because government forced them to do it. And it is their choice if they want to take the danger that perhaps they could get lead poisoning. I cannot support it because when we take away people's property rights, that's the last thing they have. And so I will be voting no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem?
I just have one quick question for the city attorney. It's a matter of interpretation of our law. And it does relate to the consequences of the vote that's about to occur, so I think it's relevant here. Charter 37 says, each ordinance shall require the affirmative vote of the majority of the membership of the entire council for final passage. Tonight, that would be 4 votes, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. In that case, I don't think there's a need to negotiate any amendments, although I would be interested in discussing an amendment that makes this opening stage voluntary, although I have not heard a lot of interest in that tonight, so I won't belabor it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And with that, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Nay.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 4 ayes, 2 nays, the 2 nays being Councilmember Russell and Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Thank you, Director Van Ryan. We did most of the talking that time around, so kind of a switch.
It's rare. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Van Ryan. Thank you to the team as well.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
before we move on, I had one clarification. Director Van Rye had mentioned there was a typo in the
Right.
ordinance, and just to make sure we have it clear on second reading, could you point out exactly
Yes.
what that typo was?
Yes, sorry. So that was on KK. It is on page, page 5, right at the bottom. It says utility side service line. The city-owned portion of the water service line from the water main to the inlet of the curb stop, including the curb stop, is how it's written now. That should say not including the curb stop, and that makes it consistent with, on page 13, the section that's been in code for decades, which is 12-1B-6, user to provide curb stop. So it keeps it that it's the curb stop is the users, not the cities, and we just made that error there. So we will adjust that for the next reading to ensure that that says not including the curb stop, so it's consistent with the way the code's been written for the last 3 decades.
Thank you very much for that, Director Van Ryan. Thank you for bringing that up, City Attorney. Go ahead.
For clarification of the record, I was considering that to be a typographical error that we did correct for first reading. Of course, we're required to have the exact same form in first reading and second reading, but we can correct it at the time of adoption. So generally, we would do an approval and then we'd amend the
Right.
bill in front of you to correct it, and then you would approve it as amended. So for clarity of record, we can agree we corrected the typo on first reading, or we can go through the procedural steps to
What-
adopt it as amended.
City Attorney, what would be the cleanest way to do this? That part of the conversation took place 30 minutes ago, and so, yeah.
Yes, so for the record, I think the cleanest thing would probably be to nothing's really clean on this. I mean, we could agree, just sitting here, that it was adopted with that typographical error corrected, or we could do,
Mayor, may I?
well,
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
At this point, we've adopted the ordinance by vote, so we would have to have one member of the prevailing side submit a motion to reconsider, reopen the matter, pass an amendment, and then
Right.
pass as amended.
Yeah.
I was doing a 2/3 calculation. Motion for reconsideration requires a 2/3 vote to pass, but with 4-6, we would have that.
Member Anderson?
I didn't bring it up before. It occurred to me that we didn't make an amendment on that, but I didn't bring it up because we had a discussion a couple weeks ago that it has to be in substantially the same form. We had all agreed when that came up that that's, the Director Van Rye said that that's not what was intended. We all understood that. And so I voted on it knowing that that was a typographical error that was going to be fixed. That was in my head when I voted. So maybe everybody else thought it wasn't in there, but I think that was something that was pretty clear from our discussion, that there's a typographical error. We have it has to be, presented in substantially the same form, and I think it's corrected as far as I'm concerned. I think we've done it in a valid way.
And I think that's sufficient as well, which is why I just brought it up for clarity of record after the matter. However, if any council member feels to the contrary, then we should go through the motion for reconsideration process.
Do any members of council feel that we need to go through the extra step of a motion to reconsider with a typographical error? Don't see any. Member Russell?
I think with the way the current climate is in the city, that we might want to do it, even though we all understand. But I'm not on the prevailing side, so.
Does anyone on the prevailing side feel that we need to go through that extra step?
Let's do it. I'll make a motion to reconsider.
All right.
Let's just get it done, and then everybody's 100% confident that we've done it right.
Let's do it. All right, motion to reconsider 11A2. All right. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Newcamp. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. Now reopening 11A2. Can I get a motion, or we got the motion to approve now, so go ahead, Member Anderson.
I move to amend, now I need the wording in front of me. KK to include the word not, is that?
Yes, not
Correct.
including the curb stop.
Not including the curb stop.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Newcamp. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Well, just for clarity of the record, so this is to vote to approve Council Bill 37 with the amendment to KK to insert the word not.
Not.
Is that
Correct.
correct?
Well, the motion to reconsider, right, opened back up.
The
So
motion
this-
to reconsider voided the initial vote.
Okay. So this is so this is a motion to approve, what's the CB 37?
Correct.
Right? With the amendment including the not in KK, not including the curb stop in KK.
But didn't we have to vote on the amendment first and then vote on the?
I'm doing it all in one step. Yeah, you can,
He can do it all in one step. So what happens in a motion for reconsider, which must be adopted by 2/3, it completely voids the original vote. So we're just starting from the beginning. Our general practice is to say, I move to approve Council Bill 37, it's seconded, then somebody moves to amend it, to insert the word not. But procedurally, we can move to approve Council Bill 37 as amended to include the word not. You
totally
can-
allowable in Bob's Rules of Order to do it in one step.
Yes, it is.
I did it in one step.
Thank you, City Attorney. Anything else, Member Russell? Nope. All right, seeing that, can we please vote on the motion as amended?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Nay.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 4 ayes, 2 nays, the 2 nays being Councilmember Russell and Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Thank you so much, Deputy City Clerk. I believe we are now on to Council Bill 38. And correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think we are. So with that, we have City Clerk Stephanie Carlisle to talk about the recall special election.
Yes, good evening, Council. Per city charter requirements, I'm bringing forward the certification of a District 3 recall petition to be included in the special election set for October 3rd, 2023. So I am here to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Clerk. Any questions from members of council? Member Woodward.
Yes, could the city clerk, let's see, please address for the, wait, no, I'm just going back here. The rest of the, I want to make sure I've got the right one. The rest of the public and stuff, why Joe Anderson isn't included in the ordinance, and I want to make sure I have the right ordinance here.
So this is, so the District 3 recall petition was submitted at a date that had a later protest period than the bringing forward the other special election dates. So this is now certifying that recall petition and adding it to the existing special election date.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Member Anderson.
I was just gonna make a motion if you're ready.
You can make a motion.
I move to approve CB 38.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to Council Bill 30, we have Director of Community Development Brad Power. And we also have Economic Development Manager Darren Hollingsworth here to talk about Council Bill 30, assignment of private activity bonds to Colorado Housing and Finance Authority.
Good evening, Your Honor, members of council. Darren Hollingsworth, Economic Development Manager. I'm happy to respond to any questions that council may have on the second reading of this.
Sounds great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hollingsworth. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve Council Bill 30?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Could I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
I just need to make sure I'm on the right one.
Uh,
Nay, it's 11B1.
11B1, yes.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes, 1 nay, the 1 nay being Member Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingsworth. Moving on to Council Bill 31, establishing ballot questions to revise city charter. I believe City Attorney Niles, this one's yours.
Yes, Mayor, this is the second reading of an ordinance setting the ballot questions for consideration to change the city charter in November. And it's not on consent agenda because it was not unanimously adopted, but I would welcome any questions.
Sounds great. Thank you, City Attorney Niles. Any questions for our City Attorney? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B2?
Move to approve 11B2.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments? Member Russell.
I will not be supporting this because there are substantial changes to the recall process, and there are 3 council members now subject to recall, so I do not believe it's appropriate to pass this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just wanted to reply briefly to Member Russell's comments. No charter amendment can be passed without a vote of the people, so we're referring this to the people. It doesn't affect the process that is currently existing, even if the people decide to pass it in November. It won't change what's currently occurring. This recall process has exposed some need for changes, and I think these changes align well with those needs. Ultimately, it'll be up to the people to decide whether or not they wish to adopt any given one of these charter amendments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And with that, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 1 nay, the 1 nay being Councilmember Russell.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 11C1, we have Deputy Director of Public Works Tim Host here to talk about the award of contract to West Fork Construction for the 2023 Alley Grading and Stabilization Program.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for having me here. I'll go over a brief presentation on this item, summarizing it, and then we'll respond to any questions you have on this item. Let me get to the presentation here. All right, so this is the 2023 alley grading and stabilization contract. We did a bid for alley grading again this year, as we've done in the past few years. And I'll go over the summary here of what we're proposing to accomplish with this project. So the purpose is really alley maintenance, just to make sure that the alley surface is drivable and it stays drivable for a long time, and improve the drainage so we don't get so many potholes and deteriorated areas, and then make the alley more durable and improve the access for the trucks and everything that need to drive down the alleys for collecting the trash and things. Oh, there's the exhibit at the end there, I guess, extra clicks. So a little bit of changes from last year. So if you recall, at the end of last year, we finished putting the V channel in every alley in the city. Last year's project was able to accomplish every alley with the V channel. So what we've done this year is the staff came up with a pretty inventive way to rate all the alleys after we did the V channel. We went through and looked at every single alley in the city and see how they're holding up. And we came up with this scoring system here that's kind of a low to high, basically a 0 to 100 rating of every alley in the city. And so we were able to determine which ones needed a little more attention to make sure that V channel was going to hold up for the long term. And this next slide kind of shows how we did here. On the right-hand side there is the kind of the results of all the inspection there. All the green stuff is the stuff that's still holding up pretty well. all the red and orange, and the yellow is kind of the lower end there, and those are the alleys we plan to focus on with this project to go back, and we need to do some resurfacing and regrading, and the criteria on the left there is kind of the stuff we looked at, the cleanliness, if there's debris and things in the way that needs to be cleaned out so we can access the alley, and the potholes rutting and the drainage and all those other things there. We looked at all that and rated them, and overall we're doing pretty well, but there are those bottom 60 or so there that do need some more attention to make sure that V channel will hold up to the conditions and the elements. So after the rating, really what we found is zone 1 in the northeast area of the city is really kind of the area that's not holding up as well as we would have hoped or expected. So this project will focus mostly up there with the regrading efforts. The reason that area was a little tougher is because that's kind of the flattest area in the city. So it's hard to get flow down a dirt V channel in the alley there when you don't have a lot of grades. So we need to go back in and do some more surveying and fine grading to make sure we can dial that in and get that to drain better. And we'll do a little more resurfacing to make sure those alleys can hold up to the V channel and the flow going down the middle of the alley now. So then zone 2 is there. We're going to focus on the placing the millings from the mill and overlay project. That's most of those alleys in that zone are still holding up pretty well. So we think the surfacing with the millings will make them last quite a while and keep that V channel functioning the way we want it to. So then the contractor cost proposal. So we, as usual with this project, we have difficulties getting bids on this kind of work. For whatever reason, it's not a popular project with contractors. So we got one bid. It was from West Fork Construction, which is a new contractor that was actually formed from the contractor that did our alley grading last year, Summers Construction. The superintendent broke off and made his own company and took a few of the crew members with him. So it's a crew we're familiar with. It's just a new name of a company that we haven't contracted with in the past, but similar staff that we've worked with. And so the original bid did come in higher than our budget. So we did negotiate with West Fork to get the quantities down a little bit, and we got them down to within the budget we have, which is just under 500,000. So we did have to take a few alleys off, and what we're going to do on those alleys is transfer those over to the mill and overlay project. They'll haul the millings over to those alleys for us. The mill and overlay contractor will do that, and most of those alleys were kind of marginal anyway as far as needing a full regrade, or if we could just get by with the millings. And we looked at them again, and we think we're confident we can do it with just the millings and get those alleys where they need to be. So we're able to save some money there and move that work over. And then there's a few alleys that we'll have the city streets team be able to go in and take care of as well. So we won't need to contract those out. And that saved us enough to be within budget there. So the schedule there, the contractor is prepared to start later this month. We've talked to them, and they are a newer company, so they don't have a lot of projects just yet. So we're going to be able to get them before they get booked up. And the plan is to be done by the end of the year with basically every alley in the city will then be graded with the V channel and made durable enough that we think it's going to hold up for quite a long time. That what we expect is this will be the last large contractor alley grading project we'll have to do. And in the future years, we'll just do some minor improvements and things for maybe a few alleys around the city. But when we're done with this, we do expect the surface and the V channel to hold up quite well and be able to be a long-term durable surface. So with that, we recommend that City Council approve this contract with West Fork Construction for the 2023 alley grading and stabilization project.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director House. Any questions for Mr. House? Mayor Pro Tem.
I have to admit, I've heard some mixed reviews on our projects in the alleys, and you and I have been at least one meeting with residents talking about how their alley change has affected them. What do we do to work with residents who feel like their property line or their access was adversely impacted by changes that the city has made to the alleys?
So there are some unique situations where there are certain properties that their garage is a little lower than the alley surface. When we've graded with this V channel, we have to make sure the channel is high enough to drain out to the back of the sidewalk there, and sometimes we do have to raise the grade a little bit, and then that makes their property a little lower. So a lot of times what we'll do is we'll create another channel along the edge of their property to get the water to go along the edge of their property rather than into their property. So there's kind of two channels there working together, because we do know there's some that'll the water has to get off of their property too, and if we make the alley higher, it's tough for that to happen. So we'll make a channel along the edge of their property to drain it down the alley and get it out to the sidewalk as well. So that's in certain cases we've had to do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Member Woodward?
I guess I don't have a question, but I will be voting no on this. I disagree and don't believe that this has done a whole lot
I'm sorry, Member
Yep.
Woodward. I just need to offer a point of order. The motion's not on the table yet.
No, let's make a motion. Thank you, Member Woodward. Can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Woodward, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, so like I said, I'll be voting no. I think we would be better served by buying another grader, buying whatever equipment we need, or renting the spray for the stabilization. If we're gonna continue to do this and do it with our crews. I think especially waiting or going into December is ridiculous to be, out there working in the alleys when we'll probably be working in snow and stuff. But my alley was done last year. I watched the process, the whole thing. And although we don't have as much dust now, we certainly have as many or more potholes and hardness out there without new road base. So I just can't support this. I'd rather see us get another grader and some other things to work on alleys, like additional employees if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. And with that, can we please, go ahead, Member Russell.
So I do have a question then. I don't disagree with Councilmember Woodward. But my question is, are we still short employees? I mean, we used to have crews that would grade the alleys all summer long. But it seems like we're contracting everything out, and it is costing a lot of money.
Yeah, so the alley grading in the V-channel configuration does take more staff than we have available. It would take our full team to do that all summer to keep it going and to get this work done. That's why we contract out the one time to get this blast done and get it all where it needs to be. And we do expect next year that our staff can maintain the alleys once we get the grading right and the surfacing right where it'll hold up. We won't have to be in there as much with the potholes and the things. So we do expect after this project to be able to maintain it with the staff we have. But this effort here does require more staff than we have available right now.
So, and remind me why we went ahead and added additional, we increased the amount that they were doing, correct? This is, or maybe I'm thinking of something different.
Yeah, these are all the alleys that we've looked at every alley, and these are the ones that we need to go back, like Councilmember Woodward said. There are a few that did not hold up as well as we would have expected, and this will go back and address those and make sure that those last a lot longer and more durable.
Okay, so it's all new this year, but we added more to it because of in some districts that weren't. So why are we so late in getting this done?
So part of the issue was the inspection of all the alleys and going through and looking at them all. We didn't want to just go through with a blanket, quantity of, we're going to do certain alleys wherever we feel like. We wanted to make sure we were doing the right alleys and the right thing on those alleys, and it took a little time to inspect that, so we are a little late. It more than likely will not extend into December, this work. If they start in August, it's probably a 2 to 3 month job. We should be done hopefully no later than Thanksgiving, which is a little later, but we don't expect to have to work in December, and we physically can't. Once the ground freezes, you can't grade it. So the expectation is it'll be done before winter weather hits.
Okay, and this is a new company, correct? It's different than we used last year?
It's a new name, just same staff. There are a lot of for whatever reason, the team last year, they broke off and made their own company, and so it's a similar staff, but just a new name they incorporate under a new name.
And city will be out there inspecting. I mean, there were major problems. People were calling all the time. They'd leave the oil dripping and they'd go over the sidewalks and all kinds of stuff.
That is correct, and that is something we've addressed with the contractor and our staff as well to make sure on those days that they stop the spray sooner, because there was definitely an issue with the operator in that instance. We have addressed that with them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me.
Yeah.
We're not voting yet, are we?
We're
getting
on
ready.
comment, so we will be voting here.
Okay, I will be supporting this, but I do want to get things back in-house. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm going to be supporting this tonight as well. I think I'm ready to see this project completed. And to the extent that we would like to use more city crews, my opinion is that's a great idea, but my primary focus for our streets crew right now, if I was the one running the show, would be potholes, road conditions. If we can use a contractor to deal with the alleys and get our roads in better condition, which it looks like the next agenda item is focused on that, I'll support it. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And with that, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 1 nay, the 1 nay being Councilmember Woodward.
Thank you so much. And Deputy Director Host, are you here for the approval of change order to the 2023 mill and overlay?
All right, great. So yeah, we were, June 5th, we awarded the original contract for the 2023 mill and overlay project. And if you remember at that time, the bids came in a lot lower than we expected, so we had some extra money to use for additional streets. And this change order will add those streets to the project, as well as some other streets that we had funding available this year for. So it's a total of about $2 million in additional mill and overlay work around the city here that is included in this change order. So just a little project background. Once again, this is the corrective pavement maintenance cycle where we actually remove and replace the top 2 inches of asphalt on all the streets in this project. It extends the lifespan of the streets. It keeps them from, keeps the deterioration from going into the bottom layer where we have to sometimes rebuild the whole street, which is very costly. And the original bid was about $856,000 less than we thought. So we've come back with some streets here on this project. We've looked at every street in the city again and the rating on them, and come back with some streets we think are really can benefit from being done sooner than later. And we've got the several different funding sources, the sales tax ballot funding that was approved last year, as well as the public improvement fund budget that was approved for this work that includes some of the ARPA funds as well. So here's the locations we've got. You'll hopefully be happy to see a big portion of this money is going to be spent on Broadway. We've found a way to work with we can mill and overlay Broadway and do the complete street improvements kind of concurrently there. The idea is that the section of Broadway between Bellevue and 285 there, the south piece, we're just going to mill and overlay the drive lanes. So it'll be the through lanes over there, which is about basically 95% of the potholes on Broadway are in those through lanes. Parking lanes and turn lanes don't get a lot of traffic and they're not as bad. So we expect that's going to solve the pothole problem on Broadway and be a lot more durable and a lot more long lasting for that segment there. Because definitely this summer rain has really beat up Broadway, and we do need to do something sooner than later. It's probably not going to survive another winter if we don't do something here. So that's definitely included. We included a little piece of Broadway between Floyd and Dartmouth there. We extended, if you remember, we're already paving all the way up to Yale, the north boundary of the city. So with this change order, we'll be able to get all of Broadway from Yale down to Floyd. So we'll have a pretty good chunk of Broadway all resurfaced this year. We'll have our main street in really good shape. And then we've got some other streets in Zone 5, the northwest area of the city that we identified. There's a few more streets up there that could really use some mill and overlay work, and that's where a lot of the savings is going, is to get some more of those roads before they deteriorate more than we can mill and overlay them anymore. If they get any worse, we'll have to rebuild some of those, so we're trying to catch those before they get any worse. And then we've got a few different ones in the different zones there in the south part of the city there that are also included in the quantities. And then we've also got that little piece of Broadway between Floyd and Dartmouth. We've got to replace the concrete on that. That's not done yet. We've got to get that done before we pave that. So a lot of the streets we've chosen on here, the concrete is already done, so it makes it easier to go in and pave. We don't have to wait for the concrete to get done. That takes time, so we can get in right away and get this done. We're already scheduled to do the concrete anyway. So the funding here, there's several different sources, as I mentioned there. We've got the Public Improvement Fund and a little bit of the Concrete Utility Fund for some of the concrete work, and then the Street and Drainage Fund, that's the sales tax funding that we're gonna use up with this change order. And then the Storm Drainage Fund, there's a piece of storm trench that we need to mill and overlay as well that needs to be replaced there, that we'll be catching with this change order as well. So then in summary, we recommend approval of this change order to add this work to the contract, and we have spoken with the contractor. They have the capacity to get it done by I think it's November 7th, I think is what we gave them, and they were okay with that. So we should be done first part of November and have all this work done and have quite a few streets repaved in the city this year. So I'll answer any questions you have on this one.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Member Russell.
You made reference to the difference between a mill and overlay and a rebuild. And when I look at the condition on Broadway, I wonder, if this actually solves the problem. Can you elaborate a little bit? As we do a mill and overlay, we may find locations that look like, if we put 2 inches of pavement on them, we're not actually accomplishing what we think we're accomplishing. How do we handle those situations on site when they come up?
So how we do that is when they do the milling, and they have probably the heaviest trucks the street will ever see on the street. So the milling machine, in addition to the trucks they use to haul the millings off, so the inspector is there watching that milling and watching the truck drive on the street. And anytime we see movement, or we call it pumping, where it kind of moves up and down, that means there's movement in the asphalt, which is going to break the asphalt. So any areas like that we see, we mark them out, and we'll do a full depth patch in that area, assuming it's not a real big area. And that's where sometimes if the street needs to be rebuilt, the whole thing is moving, and it's just a big mess. You can't save any of it. But normally, if we see some isolated areas, we'll mark them out and have the contractor cut those areas out and do a full depth patch, we call it, and go all the way down to the subgrade. So we definitely don't want to pave over anything that's moving, because that's going to crack and just break up again and not hold up the way we want it to. So that's how we do is that visual. It's called a proof roll, basically. We call it that. You watch those heavy trucks drive on it, it'll tell you right away what needs to be a little more in-depth repair.
And that's why we have a 10% contingency to cover for those when we find them?
Correct, yeah, that is a big piece of that, because it's very, you don't, like you say, you can't really tell sometimes until you peel that asphalt off and realize if it goes deeper than that. Based on the pothole patching the crew's been doing, we think most of it's in that top layer. We can see that the top layer is kind of delaminating off that bottom layer. We don't think it goes much deeper than that. We think we'll be able to fix it, but there will be probably a few areas that will need more work, and we will identify those as they take off the asphalt.
And to what extent is city staff involved in observing or supervising the process? So we rely on the contractor to identify those areas, or are we watching the process?
No, we watch that. Yeah, we watch that, because if we let the contractor watch it, he'd say the whole thing was bad and charge us for the whole road. So we don't want that. We only get the areas that are bad. Oh, yeah, it's all terrible. You got to take it all out. Let's verify. So yeah, we watch that pretty closely, and we keep an eye on that. It shows up pretty easily when the inspector's out there. It's one of our construction inspectors in Public Works that's assigned to the project. So
great, thank you.
Member Russell?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I did get a couple of calls last week. How often do we replace ADA ramps? I mean, it seems like we have replaced them 2 or 3 times in the last 2 or 3 years. Is it because they weren't done right? Or is it because they changed the rules again on ADA ramps, or?
So yeah, the only time we'd redo them is it'd be the same year. We'd make the contractor come back. If he didn't get the slopes right or something like that, we'd have him redo it. But to my knowledge, we haven't redone any in consecutive years just because the rules changed. The rules haven't changed for several years now. It's still the same ADA standards, but we do definitely identify the ones that are the most out of compliant and try to do those first. But yeah, there's, as far as I know, we haven't done, it may seem like sometimes, we go and do quite a lot, but we try to identify the ones that are bad, get them done, and there are occasions though where those rules are pretty strict. You've got to make the contractor come back and fix it because it just didn't turn out quite right. And there's some unique corners in the city where you've got retaining walls and utility poles and fire hydrants and things you got to work around. So there are times where we have to sometimes make the contractor come back and redo it, but that's at their cost. The city's not paid for 2 of the same ramp at the same location.
Okay, so if the contractor did it wrong, they would come back.
That's correct.
You would get them to come back. Okay.
That is correct.
My other question is, Dartmouth between Franklin and Race they came and they sprayed the cracks and things like that. Then they rotomilled the bicycle lanes. Then they came and paved it all. Problem is, half of that street belongs to Denver. Did we pave Denver's half of the street for nothing?
I don't believe so. I think we've identified the half that is in the city, right, though. That is on the boundary, but yeah, I'm pretty sure we identified that boundary, and I can double check, but that's a little more specific than I can recall.
Because I'm telling you, always, either Englewood paves their half and Denver paves their half. Yeah. I've lived there 30 years.
Yeah.
It was, I think, our people that were there, and both sides were paved.
Yeah, and we haven't actually started any paving in the city yet. If it was actual pavement, it was Denver. It was not us, and I'm pretty sure that's not on our project to do that, so I think that might have been Denver up there doing some work.
Okay, Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C2?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any further comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Broadway. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
And with that, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Moving on to 11C3, we have City Manager Sean Lewis and Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd to talk about the approval of contract with Englewood Arts for a portion of the Englewood Civic Center.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I do not have a formal presentation tonight. I just wanted to go over a few quick things. First of all, the contract that you had this evening that you've seen a few times has a few modifications that were noted in your council communication. First, there was language, and these additions were made per your suggestions in your direction at study sessions. First, we added language relative to the closing of doors and security of the building. Second, we added language relative to reporting requirements of Englewood Arts. And finally, added definition of the term space. I just wanted to thank Sergio in the City Attorney's Office for his work on this contract. Also, Member Russell had requested some information from Englewood Arts. That information is part of your packet and was also added to the shared file for council members on iCompass. I do want to just point out one thing quickly about that document. First of all, thank you to Mr. Bertoluzzi for quickly turning this around and providing it to us. So two things on that, or one thing on that, excuse me, is if you see the chart that says 2022 Hampden Hall community uses, Englewood Arts did provide the group names, the dates, the hours used, and total paid. They did not provide the price per hour paid. I thought that would be something council was interested in, so we did that calculation. So if I don't think there'd be any errors there, but we did that calculation based on the number of hours and the total paid, so that council could see that.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Any questions for members of council? Member Russell?
Just a second. I do have some problems with the contract itself. When it says, whereas on December 3rd, 2019, this is the 1, 2, 3, the fourth whereas, eArts renewed the agreement for another 5 years from January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2025. They could not, according to the previous contract, renew it. So we've actually been operating without a contract since December of 2020. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the question, Member Russell?
Is it correct that we have been they have been operating without a contract since December of 2020?
No, and I did forward that response, the city attorney's interpretation of the status of their contract to, if not all of council, you, Member Russell. That in the year that they were slated to basically run out of their contract, they did send me a formal letter saying that they their intention to execute their option to renew. And they also asked another question about we might want to have a new contract. I said, I can't authorize the new contract, that has to go to council. But we did consider their official letter on the date, and I think this was in your council packet too. We considered that letter their official option to renew. I would say that in a perfect world, Englewood Arts and I would have executed some sort of paperwork that, papered that. But that was, at that time, I referred him to the then Deputy City Manager, Dorothy Hargrove, who unfortunately retired due to medical issues literally within months of that. And that was never papered. But in reviewing that document, the city attorney did determine that, in fact, they are still under contract and have been the entire time.
I would pull up that email. I do not believe that the entire city council saw that email. I believe that Mayor Pro Tem got a copy of that and I got a copy of that. Although it was on, I think it was on July 21st that email was sent. And what the city attorney said, according to my recollection, is that they were never responded to. Their ask in 2019 was never responded to. We never entered into another contract, and because of lack of response on city staff, that we do have a contract with them through the end of 2023, according to my remembrance of that. So this here says that we're approving a contract with them from January 1st, 2021 through the December 31st, 2025. It said they can only renew for 1 year at a time. And you actually even noted that in the letter that was written that didn't have a date on it when the letter was written. It said, "Dear Eric, thank you for your letter of December 3rd, 2019, stating the intention of the Englewood Cultural Arts Association, Englewood Arts, to exercise its option to renew the agreement with the city for 5 additional 1-year periods commencing on January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2025. According to the contract, he would have to renew it 1 year at a time, giving the letter at the end of the year." And it's also, we have, maybe Mr. Bertolucci came forward with that information. The information we asked for went clear back to May. We tabled the meeting in May. We tabled the meeting in June. We tabled the meeting in July. And that information that should have been there was supposed to be stuff that he was supposed to have public anyway. If somebody came into City Hall and asked for that information. And it took 3 months to get the answer to those questions. I don't know where the problem is, whether the problem is with them or with the city. My concern is they haven't been open and transparent with the taxpayers. And I personally believe that perhaps we need for them to share the responsibility with someone else. The other problem is it says that we have hired them to, let's see, in the whereas statements, the city desires to maximize the use of the space and the former MOA space, thereby attracting increased numbers of visitors to Englewood and the Civic Center. And the librarians in the previous contract in 2019 were having more people come in than them. Over 60% of the contract, of their fulfillment of their contract is with Sacred Grace. Sacred Grace is 61% of the income is coming from Sacred Grace. I just see multiple problems with this. I would be okay with approving it through the end of 2023. And I am not saying they don't provide a service to the city, but this is a taxpayer-owned asset, and it has to be open and transparent. And there's been some problems with this, and I really would like to see perhaps we put it out. And actually, I think it's come to my attention that you did meet with somebody else regarding the use of the Museum of Outdoor Arts. And so that is a little problematic also.
Mayor, may I?
Go ahead, City Manager.
You are correct, Member Russell. There were, both you and the Mayor Pro Tem were copied on the City Attorney's response on that. But this did go out, those letters did go out per your council request 2 weeks ago in the Friday report. to all of council that included those letters. With regard to their response to their income that they generate, you're correct. The contract required them to provide that when requested. I think that was one reason why Tim and I were surprised that within 24 hours they provided that. So I think they were at the ready, but that was the first time that they had been asked to provide all of their revenue and income from that. So
I asked that clear back in May though, and so maybe they weren't asked, but I did ask it of city staff in a
Right.
council request.
I know that we were asked, staff was asked for their income, but not their individual income from renters. So you did see in your second discussion on this topic, all of their balance sheets.
Thank you.
Any further questions from members of council?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go
Mayor.
ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Refresh my memory, because I thought we inserted a provision into the current contract that required public disclosure of specific rentals, and that we did that because that wasn't required of them under the previous contract. It's been a while since we've had that discussion, so I understand.
So Mayor Pro Tem, are you referring, sorry, I'm trying to get the section header. It's section 2, subsection K, requires Englewood Arts to create and maintain rental records for each rental of the space that shall have information on them such as rental rates, purpose, policy regarding rental discounts, and names and individuals of groups renting the space. These records shall be made available to the public, and the city shall be provided upon the request of the public or the city.
Correct. That's a new provision of the renewed contract, correct?
Yes, that was added per year, per council direction.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C3?
I'll move 11-3,
Thank you.
C3.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Woodward.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jump the gun. Member Russell.
I will not be supporting this contract because as it is written, I think we need to cut it down to the 2023. And if they haven't been in compliance, then let them be in compliance at the end, December of 2023, write it for one more year, ask for the year, and at the end of 2024, ask for it for another year. That is what the contract said, and we need to hold to that contract.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonan Camp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 1 nay, the nay being Councilmember Russell.
Thank you very much, Deputy City Clerk. And then we're now moving on to general discussion, Mayor's choice. Did we need a break, or are we ready to just proceed? Ready to proceed? All right. So just discuss the City Council vacancy applicants and interview selection. As many are aware, we've had 19 applicants for the open seat left vacated by Member Wink. And so we have set aside Wednesday to be an interview session, so I want to get council direction in terms of how many applicants we should get that night. I was thinking it probably makes sense for us to just go over like our top 3 candidates, even though that's very difficult to do because there's a lot of very good candidates that did put in for the remaining term through November. So I think that's the first place to start. We can then talk about what the interview is going to look like on Wednesday night. Any questions so far at this point? Is everybody okay with just naming the top 3? Go ahead, Member Russell.
We had them all fill out applications. It was your idea. Let's interview all of them. I'm tired of this playing games with people.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone see fit to interview all 19? I think there might be difficulty in interviewing all 19. Actually, let's go back to what we've done in the past in terms of filling the seats. City Clerk Carlisle, are you able to speak to what we did? I know that we had open seats back in what was that, 2022?
2018.
2018 as well.
Mhm.
Let's talk about 2018 because obviously that's one that kind of felt.
So we had a District 1 vacancy when our judge was elected. And so we opened it up for applications. There was interviews with the applicants, and then an appointment was to be made, which did not happen. So we had a special election. And most recently, we had a process where we chose to appoint somebody who had ran for the same seat
Okay.
with the next highest number of votes.
All right. Thank you, City Clerk. So we set aside Wednesday night as a night for interviews. The interviews that took place in 2018, how long did they go for? Do you recall?
Well, it was an entire evening because I think it was built in where they had to give speeches. Then there were it was a meet and greet, and then I do believe there was a interview attached.
Right. And I think at that point we had 9 applicants, if I remember correctly. It was a smaller subset
Yes.
that we fit into an evening.
Yes.
Okay. And so I see something similar happening this time around for Wednesday night, and feel free to just interject and let me know if you don't agree with the process. But I do feel that there should be an interview process. We've gotten a list of questions that we conducted during that evening as well. I see no reason to deviate from that process, giving 5 minutes for an introduction or just how they want to, just something about themselves, and then we can move into the 7 questions from each of us. Or 6 questions, I guess, in this regard. So, go ahead, Member Russell.
I think actually we're at a different place in history than we were back at that time, and so the questions, there may be more pertinent questions that we should ask now than were happening back at that time.
Right, and we could change the list of questions as well. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that we can go down that route and just see where the top 3 candidates, what that kind of gets us to, and then just discuss whether or not we want to just move forward with all those candidate names or just part on a 5 or 6. But go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sympathetic to Member Russell's comments that, having an open application process and then choosing not to interview certain candidates may send the wrong message to the people. But we have a logistical issue here, which is we only have so much capacity, both as members of council and as staff, to conduct these interviews. And I really think that there are candidates here that stand out based on their application. And there are candidates here that stand out based on the fact that we already know who they are. And as such, I think that it's in the best interest of everyone involved to whittle down the list tonight as much as we can, and find out where the body would move, and that way we don't waste any more of anybody's time interviewing them in a process where they're probably not going to get the seat anyway. So I support your suggestion, Mayor. I was actually thinking the exact same thing myself. Each of us lists our top 3 candidates. We see who matches the list and who drops off the list based upon that, and then we move on from there.
All right. Sounds good. Does anybody want to get us started in terms of 3 names? I'd be happy to start, and I guess that would be me. So I'll go ahead and start with the 3 names. And I'll just list the names without it. It was hard to part down to 3 names, to be honest with you. So I'm hoping that some of you have a different set of 3 names just so we can interview more candidates. But 3 names, Tina Prang, Brenda Hupka, and then I didn't write her first name, but Miss McCrum as well. Anybody else want to nominate their 3 names? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I had, again, very difficult. First of all, I'm really thankful that so many citizens applied. Great options in this list, a great group of candidates. And getting it down to 3 was just almost impossible. So I have a list here of 8 that I would really like to, and if I have to pare it down to 3, I'll go ahead and do that. But there were a lot that barely didn't make it from the 8 down to the 3. So I have Vanessa Massey, Brenda Hubka, and PJ Koldick.
What was the last one?
PJ Kolnick.
Massey, Kolnick, and Hupka. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else want to nominate their names? Go ahead, Member Woodward.
I had Tina Prang, Brenda Hupka, Rick Gillett, and Deanna Liebert.
Liebert. That's four names.
Yeah,
That's
I had,
four names.
yeah, I actually had,
What are you doing here? What are you doing
well,
here,
I'm
member?
just telling you.
I'm sorry. Okay, and you Gillett. Okay.
That's,
Thank you for your four names, Member Woodward.
okay, we
Mayor,
can,
Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess I'll go with the three then, the three women on it, and I'll leave Rick off. I think Rick's a good candidate for that since he has experience and has spent 2 terms on.
Thank you, Member
Council.
Woodward. Yep. Thank you, Member Woodward. Mayor Pro Tem.
My three names, Brenda Hubka, Rick Gillett, and Joel Moore.
Okay. Member Russell or Member Noonan?
I can go. I had Brenda Hubka, PJ Kolnick, and Joel Moore probably as my top 3. Also, I have more we can talk about if we want to say
Yeah.
the same names or if there's a couple more on the outside that we want to add.
Okay.
But those are the 3 that I would
Sounds
add.
good. Member Russell? Did you want to add any notes? Okay. So I have Brenda with Brenda, Tina, and PJ, and Joel as well, Joel Moore, as the top 4 names. Were there any other names that we didn't discuss that? Well, right now we have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 candidates that we've all named. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
If I was gonna, add one to that list, it would be Eric Farr. I'm not sure how to say his name.
I had him too.
Same here. So that would get us to 9 names. I was thinking it'd probably take us about 20 to 30 minutes to interview each candidate, based off of 7 questions and maybe like a 5-minute. Well, I'm using that math just in terms of, I think we should treat this differently than just a board and commission interview. So limiting them to just 10 minutes doesn't make sense to me. So if we allow them 5 minutes to introduce themselves and kind of just give an overview of why they're interested in their city, in this vacancy, and then we can get into the questions. To me, that's about a 20-25 minute discussion. So if we did have 9 with breaks, that basically puts us at 3.5 hours or so. Or actually 4 hours.
Well,
Actually, that was a different math. Go
I
ahead.
mean, we had several that were mentioned that only one of us put
Right.
on there that include. I mean, Vanessa was one of my top 3, but I don't think anyone else mentioned her. I honestly, if Eric Fair has some interest from 3 of, I want to interview people that stand a chance of actually getting 4 votes. So if I put one on the list that doesn't appeal to anyone else, I don't see reason to spend the time interviewing those. If we could cut down to the people who only one of us mentioned, or remove those that only one of us mentioned, I would be happy with that.
Right. Well, I think that's the difficulty in this process, right? It's just the fact that there were several candidates, many of which that you guys have listed out as well here, that I was interested in speaking to for this position. Limited to just top 3 is difficult, but also knowing that we have only so much time to do this, so. Mayor Pro Tem?
If we go only with candidates who were in the top 3 and received multiple votes, that leaves us with Hubka, Kolnick, Moore, and Prang, 4 candidates.
Right.
That's a process that I think fairly captures the applicant pool and allows us to spend adequate time with each applicant. I think we've looked into something here, frankly.
Right. I'd be happy with just interviewing the four if we think we can, if that's workable for everyone else.
That would be workable for me. I think it's difficult to limit to just those four, but I understand the thought process behind that. Member Woodward?
We're looking at doing this in person, not.
Yes. This won't be remote. This would be in person here on Wednesday night. Member Noonan-Camp?
My emphasis here is that my desire is that we have time to actually talk to folks and to make sure that they understand, the role and how they would make decisions and frankly, how they would work as a member of this body on behalf of the citizens. And so, and knowing that we have a charter obligation to do this quickly. And so my concern, worst case scenario for me is that we do a ton of candidates on Wednesday and I leave without a clear sense of what we're doing and we have to vote by next week. So it's just I think we have to do some diligence here on the front end, even though this is uncomfortable. And there's probably a lot of people on this list who could do this job well, and some that I don't know, which makes this even harder, right? Many that I don't know. And so my preference is that we would have more substantive interviews and prioritize the time that way on Wednesday. I like the idea maybe of the meet and greet too at the beginning to kind of get to know folks a little bit. And we need to confirm that folks can be here on Wednesday and do this. But I would hesitate to try to cram too much in and then actually not get the information we need to make a good decision.
Thank you for that, Member Noonan-Camp. So are we in agreement with moving forward with 4 names for Wednesday night? Obviously, we'll verify that the scheduling works for them as well. Will we still start at 6 o'clock on Wednesday night, or do we want to start at 5:30? Any suggestions there? I think, did we set it for 5:30? I want to say that for some reason 5:30 is in my head.
It was an option.
It was an option to start at 5:30, okay. Are we okay starting at 6 o'clock with the meet and greet for 30 minutes prior to? Go ahead,
If we're
Mayor
gonna do
Pro
an
Tem.
unofficial meet and greet, maybe we should schedule that for 5:30 before the session begins, and
Okay,
then we
so
can start official business
At 6 o'clock. Okay,
We'll just post the meeting to start at 5:30 and probably begin the recording at 6.
And did you say you wanted 30 minutes per applicant?
I think 30 minutes per applicant would be what I would prefer. It gives us a fair amount of time with each applicant and time to, little padding in there as well. We'll have time left over at the end of the night.
I'm in agreement with that.
And then one more question, would we be getting dinner for council? That early start time? I'm guessing yes.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll do a meet and greet, 5:30 to 6. The expectation is that the candidates would provide a short intro. You can set aside, 5 minutes for that, followed by 6 questions from members of council. Do we want to decide on those questions now? I know it's difficult. I know that we have a sample of questions, but go ahead, Member Noonan-Camp.
I actually don't know if I've seen the sample. Was that sent to all of council? Did
Yeah, I
miss
haven't
that?
seen the questions either.
I sent it out last week.
Oh, last week.
I could resend it really quickly.
Yeah, if you don't mind. There's the same list of questions that were provided in 2018. I'm trying to figure out where mine is.
Oh, it's in a spreadsheet, that's why.
Yeah, it's in an Excel spreadsheet. I'll give each of you a second. Do you need the questions, Jim?
Do I need a question?
Do you need the questions for that we used in 2018?
Yeah, I think I do. Did you send them?
I just resent it by email. I can read them if you want me to. Or if you have them.
I think we all have them now. Actually, City Clerk, do you mind just reading the questions out loud?
Question 1, personal competencies and vision motivation. What qualities, characteristics, and vision do you believe you have that make a compelling case for your candidacy as an at-large council member? Give examples where possible. Question number 2, understanding of city and personal goals and vision. What do you think the city does well or its assets? What do you think could be improved? Do you have particular goals based on these observations? Question 3, decision-making, handling conflict. Give us an example of a time when you had to work on a team to accomplish a goal and there were vastly different views of that goal or how to get there. Tell us what you did, what was accomplished, and what you learned. Question 4, understanding city council role. Describe what you think are the key responsibilities of the council role in representing the city at large. What kind of time do you think it would take? And how would you utilize your time to understand and represent the city well? Question 5, issues and demonstration of learning about issues. There are many issues that challenge the city at this point in time. Creating a sustainable budget, infrastructure needs that outpace city revenues, rising housing costs, homelessness, drug and other common urban crime, maintaining quality of life with increased population and development, to name a few. What 2 issues are you most concerned about, and what ideas do you have for addressing those? Question 6, personal character and competencies. What would you say are 3 of your greatest strengths, and please provide examples of those in real life? What would you say are 2 areas of growth that for you personally, and how would being on council contribute to that growth?
Mayor Pro Tem? Thank you, City Clerk.
Sure.
There's only one question on this list that gives me any real heartburn, and that's question 5. An exact repeat of the challenges the city is facing from 2018 in 2023. I think we could change this to be more open-ended and have the applicants tell us what they think the challenges are facing the city. There's a similar question previously that kind of gets at that. I think we might better insert a question here. No, never mind. That's question 4, the city council role.
So I guess what you're asking, or in question 5, you're basically just asking the very last statement. What 2 issues are the most concerned about, and what ideas do you have for addressing those?
Yeah, I would cut the preamble, frankly.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that last sentence is a great question to replace the whole thing.
I'm good with that.
And then one more question about process here. We've given 30 minutes to each applicant. We have 6 questions, and then there's a stump speech.
Yeah, sorry, that was just from last time.
I actually agree with that, being an open-ended introduction, either at the start or at the end, one or the other. But we would have to add time for that, because I think some of these are big chunks. 5 minutes per question it's going to be a little challenging, and then when you add time for the stump speech, so we might have to tweak it, make it 40 minutes each or something.
Right.
Just to add.
Well, I think 30 is a baseline for what the expectation is. I'm by no means going to cut someone off at 30 minutes if they still, you know what I mean? It's like.
Well, if we're booking people, just keep that in mind.
I wasn't, but yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
The other question is related to process, which is order of interviews. If we have all of the applicants in the room for a public meet and greet at the start, then the applicant who goes last potentially has an advantage over the first 3 applicants, because they've already heard everything and seen our reaction to it up to that point. So I would suggest that we pick names out of a hat to set the application order seems to be, by law, seems to be the fairest process to me.
Member Noonkemp?
I agree with the order, but is there any concern with taking the interviews one at a time and not allowing the other candidates to sit in and listen?
It's a public meeting. We have to conduct the process publicly by law.
Even with the candidates themselves?
I would argue yes, but maybe we need the city attorney to weigh in on that.
City Attorney?
They would have a right to attend, yes, but we could ask in the interest of fairness that you not listen to the other candidates' questions. But yes, they would have a right to attend if they were dedicated to that position.
I believe last time they sat in the atrium while they waited for their turn.
I believe you're right. Okay. I am fine with that request. Go ahead, Member Newcamp.
Just two quick things here. One on the stump speech. Could we make it just a 5-minute introduction? And
It's one or the other, right?
I think stump speech could feel a little bit intense and performative, and so maybe if we're giving this direction, I think 5-minute introduction, including why did you apply to be on city council and what do you hope to do? And then on a process question, are we hoping to make a decision on Wednesday, or is this to listen and then make a decision on Monday? Sometimes we reach, in board and commissions, we try to do consensus that night. I'm not sure what we're thinking here.
City Clerk, what would you be expecting on, we would have to give direction prior to Monday night in order to have the,
Yes, because I believe that there would need to be a resolution for Monday night.
so there's your answer. Member Anderson?
I'm not, we couldn't add a name, have a resolution with a blank name on it, and not saying that it wouldn't be fine to make a decision that night if we can come to one, come to consensus on that night.
There was also, Mayor Pro Tem had asked about if they are appointed by resolution at the meeting on the 14th, and then would they then be sworn in? So I think if we don't know that appointee in advance, then we would maybe need to reconsider that. I think as long as the appointment is made by the deadline of the 16th, then we should be okay.
That changes my perspective. I would like to make the decision on Wednesday in that case, or at least gain consensus on Wednesday.
Right.
So that we know going into the Monday meeting who we plan to appoint. And I support swearing in this person as soon as possible.
As soon as possible. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I think we should have a contingency, because if we can't come to a consensus, then sometimes there's nothing like a voting process to really bring things down to a point, and I'm not sure talking around it is going to get us there on Wednesday. If we don't, then maybe we try to have the votes on Monday and appoint them for the following week if we can't come to something on Wednesday.
Mayor?
Member Newcamp?
Well, that was my point, or thinking is, we could not decide, if we can't decide on Wednesday, we need more time.
Right.
We could decide on Monday, they have to be sworn in by the 16th. Could they not just come down to City Hall and have the judge swear them in? Does it have to be in a meeting?
I don't think they have to be sworn in by the 16th. I think that you need to make the formal appointment by the 16th.
Okay.
And typically, we do swear them in, the judge swears them in at a council meeting, but I suspect that could change.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
The benefit of swearing them in on the 16th is that they get to participate as soon as they take the oath.
Right. But the
No,
16th being a
the
Wednesday.
14th, the 16th is a Wednesday, but yes.
Right. No, I think, I think, I think it sounds like the goal would be to reach consensus on Wednesday night, have the resolution ready for Monday night to vote on at that point, as well as swear in at that night. But if we can't, we'll make a decision on Monday night as we talk about it, so. All right, anything else, anything we missed? Obviously, city clerk, you'll be reaching out to the 4 names and see if they can accommodate Wednesday night. We'll be here at 5:30, dinner provided, have a meet and greet. Well, I should probably be here at 5 o'clock to have dinner, start the meet and greet at 5:30, and then 6 o'clock, start the interviews. Member Noonan-Camp?
Will the city clerk be in charge of drawing the names for the order, or will we need to do that in advance?
Do you have a hat?
We have the one we use for our lot drawings. We even have the
I am-
nickels.
In advance of Wednesday.
I don't think that we need, I don't want to go through the, having to draw names now, but I'd be happy to just have the city clerk draw names or anything like that, so.
No, I agree. I just want to
Yeah.
make sure that that's the decision that we're making.
Yeah,
And that
exactly.
when she schedules it for Wednesday, that folks know their
Yep.
order based on that.
I'd be okay with the city clerk drawing names and,
Okay, so you're asking
Setting the order.
us, just to be clear, you're asking us to just draw the names out of the hat to establish the order of their interview.
correct.
Great. Okay, thank you. We can do that.
And also make it, let them know that the preference would be for them to wait outside in the atrium while
Okay.
the interviews are being conducted.
And we'll be there to guide and direct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Like quiz show? Like quiz show? Is that what it's gonna be like? Okay, no. I think, are we good with this item? Perfect. All right, well, now moving on to executive session. And I have, so this is an executive session pursuant to CRS section 246402-4B for a conference with the city attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on a specific legal question regarding pending legislation.
Litigation, Mayor, litigation.
Pending litigation, sorry. So I move to go into executive session tonight, and executive session pursuant to CRS section 246402-4B for a conference with the city attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions regarding pending litigation. Present at the executive session are the following persons: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Stephen Ward, Councilmember Rita Russell, Joe Anderson, Jim Woodward, Chelsea Noonan-Camp, City Attorney Tamara Niles. May I have a second?
I have a point of information first, Mayor.
Sure.
Is there any way we can elaborate on what this litigation is without compromising the purpose of the executive session?
Certainly. The city has been sued in the name of our police chief and his official role on behalf of EPD, challenging a state law that the city has never enforced. It's titled Faustin, Faustin, v. State Attorney General, City of Denver, and other defendants, including us.
Thank you, Attorney Niles. In that case, I will second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Perfect. We will now exit this meeting and reconvene in the community room. All right. The time, yeah, here we are. The time is now 11:14 and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive session were the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Stephen Ward, council members Rita Russell, Joe Anderson, Jim Woodward, and Chelsea Noonenkamp, and City Attorney Tamara Niles. I move to close the executive session. May I have a second?
Second.
Can we please vote?
Possibly. Let's see here. Okay. Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussions of any matter is not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I will ask that you state your concerns for the record. All right, and then I'll just finish mayor's choice. And actually, Sean, you may have to help me out with this, just because I can't find the email, but I wanted to bring the attention to members of council that the last Monday of this month in August, we have a pretty packed agenda. We have interviews for the Affordable Housing Task Force. We had youth advisory interviews that day as well, plus a pretty big agenda as well in terms of study session. Instead of trying to cram everything into one night, I was wondering if it was possible to meet on a Tuesday or a Wednesday for the interviews for the Affordable Housing Task Force. And let me know if I got that incorrect, but I think that was what we had discussed earlier, so.
Yes,
Anybody?
that sounds correct. The only thing that I would add is the clerk's office had an idea about maybe making the youth advisory, since its ages 9 to 15 and could be a bit intimidating, to maybe have a little flexibility with how those are scheduled. Maybe, the mayor had brought up an idea after I brought this to him about, individual stations where the kids could kind of talk to each one of you as opposed to being grilled by a 6-member board. But we just were going to see if you would be willing to let us bring some ideas to council about how that could be conducted.
And Sean, we were still expecting having the youth meetings that Monday, right? We would just isolate the interviews for Affordable Housing Task Force for that specific night, correct?
I think if you can separate at least one of those
One
out,
of those, and I
yes.
think it makes sense because I think we had quite a few applicants for the Affordable Housing Task Force. So it makes sense to have that on a separate night, but have the youth advisory plus the regular agenda items on that Monday night. So any days that wouldn't work, it's too far ahead for me, but I think I could make any day work on Tuesday or Wednesday. But any disagreement?
Is this the week of the 28th?
The week of the 28th, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just before Labor Day.
I can make that week work.
Okay. Member Noonenkamp,
My preference is Tuesday the 29th.
which is what, the Tuesday?
Yeah, Tuesday the
Okay.
29th.
All right, that sounds good to me. All right, we'll try to work out a schedule to accommodate the 29th for the Affordable Housing Task Force. We probably would want to start a little bit early just because it is a pretty big agenda, or a lot of candidates to start at 5:30, potentially with dinner at 5. Anybody opposed to that? All right, they were good. Last thing on my for mayor's choice is that Friday will be the first day of school for many here in Englewood, so just want to wish all the families a joyous day to have the kids back in school. We always enjoy the kids going back and getting our time back during the day, but I'm hoping everybody a great school year, and just thankful for the teachers and the students and everyone involved, so thank you. All right, anyone else for council member's choice? Mayor Pro Tem.
Just one item, an update on the Region 9 Opioid Abatement Task Force. Task Force met last week to approve the RFPs for the various work groups. I chaired the co-responder work group, and we engaged an organization out of Aurora to survey the landscape around co-response in Arapahoe County. I think this may be the first time that the various co-responder groups have actually been sort of considered as a whole as opposed to just individual parts in varying municipalities. So it'll be interesting to see what that roughly $75,000 report produces and what we learn from it. The task force did have quite a bit of money left over unallocated, so we will be discussing once the initial phase ends how to allocate future dollars. There is a state conference in Montrose, I think it's next week, which I may or may not attend. We were told that the task force has money to allocate to travel and attendance expenses for that conference, so I may do that next week. I'm not sure. I'm working with the chair on that, but I'll keep you posted.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Russell?
I have a few things. I got a complaint about weeds in the Broadway medians. And then, I went to, it was a block party. Was it Sunday afternoon? So I guess that was yesterday. One of the things that they said, they were kind of upset that the fees that they're charging for National Night Out, and then they don't come anymore. And so the bottom line is they just decided they can have a block party in their driveway, which they're doing. But I feel like that's probably been problematic. I know it was a problem in our neighborhood also, the fees. I had a call, the annual sewer bills generally go out, the billing date is generally around June 10th. Their due date is July 25th. They haven't gone out yet. And so are we having a problem with our billing software?
I'll be glad to make that a council request.
Okay, thank you. There have been complaints about water taste and odor, and people have called and they said no one answers their phone calls and they do not return phone calls or emails from the utility department. And then the final thing that I have is the Citizen of the Year has not gotten a plaque yet. Have we ordered that?
Yes, that was ordered.
And do you have any idea when it's going to be done?
I'll be glad to ask that question.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? Seeing none, City Manager's report. You have a report, Sean. Almost left you out.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. It's a couple of items. Number one, just regard to the Oxford storm pipe, as you know, we have installed about 40 or 50 feet of the 70 steel pipe casing that's got to be inserted there, and that will allow us to then put the concrete pipe inside that. We ran into a snag with an old concrete pipe encasement that was beneath that retaining wall that's holding up part of Oxford Station Apartments, and so we had to remove that for the pipe to be able to slide on in. But that work is progressing, regardless of the fact that many evenings we have to drain and de-water that trench because we get these evening rains so often now. With regard to I really appreciated the discussion on mill and overlay and the alley discussion, particularly from members Woodward and Russell. Just regard to staffing, I'm really happy to report that our streets maintenance division is now fully staffed for the first time in 3 years. And because we are fully staffed and have been able to do some reorganization that's been led by the director and our new supervisor for that crew, Deputy Manager Dodd has been helping with that, we've been able to create 2 crews out of what has been left the last few years of 1 crew, create 2 different crews, convert a vacant supervisor position into a crew lead position. So we now are going to have 2 crews out on the street working, that our street maintenance crew is going to be out. It's actually saving money by converting that supervisor position. So more work, less money taken, and we're really excited about the work. You may remember that the crew came and spoke to you, some of them directly, and gave you kind of their vision for the division, and I really just feel like that group is clicking on all cylinders. The two crews will really be divided into a reactive group that will be doing potholes and things like that, and a proactive group that can do more kind of short segment paving projects that we think will really make our street maintenance more like what it was before we became so short-staffed in that a few years ago. So just glad to report, and thanks to our Public Works leadership for their work on that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Sean. And with that, we are now adjourned. Everyone, we'll see you Wednesday night. Have a good evening.
Yeah. Good night.